very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the 18th Annual Scientific Sessions and Trade Exhibition of the SLOA, or the Sri Lanka Optometric Association. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we are expecting our chief guest to arrive very shortly, as you can see, as we are expecting him to walk in, can I just remind you that you have a registration form for the registrants who are present here that you need to fill out. It would be at your table, the registration form, and we would like to request all of you to fill out the form so that we could continue with our proceedings as well. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, we are expecting our chief guest and guest of honor to arrive very, very shortly here at the 18th Annual Scientific Session and Trade Exhibition of the Sri Lanka Optometric Association. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to please rise to welcome our chief guest and guest of honor this afternoon here at the 18th Annual Scientific Session and Trade Exhibition of the Sri Lanka Optometric Association. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may now take your seats. A very good afternoon to all of you once again, and a very warm welcome to the 18th Annual Scientific Sessions and Trade Exhibition of the Sri Lanka Optometric Association, or the SLOA. Right at the outset, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest this afternoon, Dr. K.A. Laltadira, and of course our guest of honor, Senior Optometrist Satish Kumar. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we kickstart this fantastic afternoon ahead, can I request all of you to please rise for the national anthem of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, in keeping with true Sri Lankan tradition, we're now moving on to the lighting of the oil lamp. And I would like to invite the following dignitaries to do the honors, starting with the chairman of the SLOA, Senior Optometrist Chaminda Ekanayaka. I would also like to invite the managing director and chairman of the College of Optometry and Visual Science, the COVS, Senior Optometrist Hiran Pereira. Also the session chairman, Senior Optometrist Chanaka Virasundara. I would also like to invite the session secretary, senior optometrist Shyama Wajini. I would also like to invite our chief guest this afternoon, Dr. K.A. Laltadera, and our guest of honor, senior optometrist Satish Kumar. I would also like to extend a very special invitation to light the traditional oil lamp to mentor optometrist Mangala Samarakon, also mentor optometrist Ranjan De Silva, mentor optometrist Sandaka Lenagala, and mentor optometrist J.U. Sikubado. Thank you very much to all our dignitaries. Ayubowan, Wanakam, and Assalamu alaikum, and a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the 18th Annual Scientific Session and Trade Exhibition organized by the Sri Lanka Optometric Association. I'm your host, Javed Bongzo, and it's certainly a pleasure and a privilege to be your host on this very special day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to our special dignitaries who've made their way from around the world, especially the SAARC countries. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, usually we have our sessions only on one day, but our dynamic chairman, of course, has decided that we have it over 2 days, and so for obvious reasons. One, of course, is that there's so much content to be shared with all of you, and then there's less pressure to cram all of those into one day. And now we have the pleasure of listening to all our fantastic speakers over 2 days, and of course enhancing our knowledge as well. So ladies and gentlemen, to formally welcome all of you to start off the Dispensing Forum, I have the pleasure of inviting the chairman and managing director of the COVS, or the College of Optometry and Visual Science. Please put your hands together for senior optometrist Hiran Pereira.
Good afternoon, Chief Guest Dr. K. Laltadera, Guest of Honor, Senior Optometrist Satish Kumar, and other distinguished guests, colleagues, and dear participants. It is great privilege and honor as a chairman of the College of Optometry and Vision Science to warmly welcome you all to this landmark occasion. Our college, established under the guidelines of the Tertiary and Vocational Education Commission, is proud to be the first private institute in Sri Lanka authorized to award NVQ qualification in optometry up to the higher national diploma level. Recognizing the growing need for skilled professionals, we are committed to developing optometry education up to NVQ level 6. Our mission is not profit-driven. It is to educate, elevate, and innovate optometry in our motherland. This mission aligned perfect with the theme of this year's 18th annual scientific session of the Sri Lanka Optometric Association. As the education arm of the SLOA, we take great pride in supporting its long-standing dedication to advance in our profession. Together with SLOA, we have reached historical milestone by funding and supporting Sri Lanka's first ever Dispensing Forum, a 2-day event that make a new era of collaboration and progress for optometry our nation. On behalf of the College of Optometry and Vision Science and SLOA, I warmly welcome all the participants, delegates, and distinguished speakers, both local and international, including our colleague from the SAARC region. May this session be productive, inspiring, and pave the way for bright future for optometry in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Optometrist Hiram Pereira, for that very warm welcome and for setting the tone for the rest of the 2 days as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, to address all of you next, I now have the pleasure of inviting the chairman, of course, of the 18th scientific session, Mr. Chanaka Veerasundara. Please put your hands together and give him a round of applause.
Distinguished guests, the invited faculty, mentor optometrists, senior optometrists, my colleagues and students. It is a true honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we inaugurate this year's Dispensing Forum session, a cornerstone in the making the future of eye care professionals. Dispensing optics is far more than measuring knowledge about optics and providing solutions for eyewear requirements. It is a science of precision and an art of patient care. It is where the clinical prescriptions meet real-world vision, transforming a piece of optical material into a tool that restores clarity and confidence to someone's life. As eye care practitioners, in training, this is your moment to sharpen your skills, not just theory, but the practical hands-on crafts that sets foundation for excellent in clinical practice. Each lens you handle, each frame you align, and each patient you counsel reflect the standard of professionalism you will carry into your future careers. Today's sessions is more than compulsory component of your curriculums. It is a stepping stone towards clinical mastery, patient trust, and optical innovations. Remember, your expertise in this dispensing directly impacts patient satisfaction and ultimately defines the quality of eye care delivery. Being dispensing opticians in our country, we have a plan with our college to uplift our dispensing opticians to next level. Therefore, we have invited a guest speaker from an apex body of dispensing opticians, ABDO, Association of British Dispensing Opticians, and we'll be having some collaborations to uplift our dispensing profession in Sri Lanka, which is world over a remarkable and a very valuable profession. So we have invited from EBDO, a guest speaker, who is a fellow of EBDO, to address you in this evening. I encourage you to approach this program with curiosity, discipline, and passion. Ask questions, challenge yourselves, and embrace every opportunity to learn from experts and from one another. On behalf of the scientific committee, I extend my sincere gratitude to our colleagues, the chairman of SLOA for his tireless effort, and who have worked tirelessly to make this session impactful and meaningful. And may this be the beginning of many steps towards excellence in dispensing in Sri Lanka. So thank you very much and enjoy the evening.
Thank you very much, Senior Optometrist Chanaka Virasundar, for really asking our audience to take the important parts of this forum home with them as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are now moving on to a very special address, and that is, of course, the address of our guest of honor. It is now my pleasure to invite on stage to address all of you here this afternoon, Senior Optometrist Satish Kumar. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause.
Good day, everyone. Good to see you all. I'm truly honored to be here at the 18th annual scientific session by SLOA. Yesterday, they have arranged a meeting in SLOA office among all the foreign faculties, current office bearers and the directors of SLOA, and the staff members of College of Optometry and Vision Science, and more importantly, the senior persons and the ex-office bearers and the previous office bearers of SLOA. Could I please ask everyone to give big applause to the senior members of SLOA? Because during the discussions we had for about 2 hours, it clearly shows their interest towards improving and preparing the standards of optometrists in Sri Lanka, not only to serve the people over here in Sri Lanka, but to preparing themselves to serve the rest of the nation as well. So that's truly commendable. This year, the theme, as the theme says, educate, innovate, and elevate, and empowering the optometrist for the future challenges. That clearly says the association's visionary path in serving the optometrist and collaborating with the other professional bodies to improve themselves. This year, it's going to be more historic, as the scientific chairman mentioned. They are introducing the Dispensing Optics Forum for the first ever time as a prequel of the 2-day conference. I don't think the dispensing opticians or the field of dispensing optics would get a befitting respect as a prequel. It clearly demonstrates the association's view about dispensing optics and its importance as a core pillar of eye care industry. During our discussion, they were asking us about the innovations which we can bring in the field of dispensing optics. As a member of the associations of British Dispensing Opticians, I assure you that through the professional bodies like ABDO, I can extend all my support to SLOA, and I'm available all the time. Being residing from Chennai, I'm just 2 or 3 hours travel from here, and we can innovate by using the virtual modality, virtual mode, and we can extend our support by means of education, materials, and any other practical webinars or the workshops to be conducted, I'm always available and I can seek help from my other colleagues as well. Do you think dispensing optics is all about lenses and frames? As the scientific committee chairman mentioned, it is way beyond that, where the precision meets the prescription. And then it is also going to have a emotional connect to the wearers with all sort of measurements and the sight part. It is also the dispensing opticians' responsibility to provide all sort of protective standards on par with the universal standard here in Sri Lanka. So I think the SLOA has taken a great initiative of having this session today before the main conference starts. To all the participants, I assure you that something special is on the way, and I'm sure that this forum will open up many doors in terms of education and innovation, especially for the dispensing opticians over here in Sri Lanka. Once again, I thank the SLOA for having inviting me and giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Optometrist Satish Kumar, for your very kind words about the SLOA. It's very encouraging to hear these words. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from our guest of honor. It is now time to hear from our chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest this afternoon is the Director General, Tertiary and Vocational Education Commission, Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. K.A. Laltadira.
Good afternoon, distinguished guest, Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Sri Lanka Optometric Association, and former Chairman, and also the academics and students and all the professionals, friends. It is a great honor and privilege to be here today as the chief guest at the 18th scientific session of the Sri Lanka Optometric Association. I extend my warmest congratulations to the organizers for creating this remarkable platform that brings together practitioners, educators, and researchers committed to advance in the science and service of vision care. Even like this reminds us of the power of knowledge sharing and collaboration in shaping the future of professions. In every field, progress depends not only on technology and infrastructure, but on the continuous pursuit of learning, innovation, and professional unity. Optometry, which protects one of humanity's most valuable sense, sight, is not exception. Optometry and national development. Optometry is not just a medical or technical service. It is a vital component of human capital development and direct contributor to economic productivity and quality of life. Clear vision is essential for education, employment, and active participation in society. Every professional in this field, from the optometrists to dispensing opticians, play an indispensable role in ensuring that people can live, learn, and work effectively. In today's world, the demand for skilled vision care professions is expanding rapidly. The growth of screen-based lifestyle, the aging population, and the increase in prevalence of eye-related conditions have created a rise in labor market demand for qualified optometrists, vision technicians, and dispensing professionals. Across Sri Lanka, we see growing employment opportunities in hospitals, optical chains, and community-based eye care programs. Internationally, two countries in Middle East, Europe, and East Asia are experiencing shortage of trained vision care optometricians, offering new prospect for Sri Lankan professionals who meet global standards. This evolving demand highlights the importance of strong education, regulation, and continuous professional development to ensure that our professionals are equipped to meet both national and global needs. The role of TVT in quality and regulation. As the Director General of the Tertiary and Vocational Education Commission, TVC, I am proud to note that TVC serves as a national regulatory and quality assurance authority for the technical and vocational education training TVET sector in Sri Lanka. Our mission is to ensure that training institutions produce competent, employable, and globally recognized graduates. TVC operates through three main pillars. One is quality assurance and accreditation. Second is a qualification framework and recognition. Third one is the labor market relevance. In the field of optometry and dispensing optics, our objective is to strengthen collaboration among training institutions, universities, and professional associations and employers to create an integrated system that supports both quality assurance and career progression. TVC also plays a critical role in developing occupational standards, ensuring that every practitioner, whether entering through academic, technical, and vocational pathways, has a transparent, recognized route for upgrading skills and qualification. Against this background, today launch of Dispensing Forum marks a truly significant milestone for professionals in Sri Lanka. Dispensing opticians form the vital links between clinical diagnosis and patient satisfaction. They ensure that prescription become practical, comfortable, and perceive visual solution tailored to each individual needs. The establishment of this forum will undoubtedly promote standardized practice and ethical excellence, strengthen collaboration among optometrists and optical technicians and other professions, provide platform for continuous professional development and policy dialogues. From a national perspective, this initiative resonates strong with TVC vision and developing professional trust and lifelong learning pathways within the TVT framework. The forum will not only uplift dispensing professionals, but will also enhance the overall quality and credibility of the vision care sector in Sri Lanka. The 18th scientific session themselves embody another key pillar of progress, research and innovation. Science and evidence-based practice must guide every aspect of healthcare, and optometry is not exception. We are now entering an era which artificial intelligence, digital transformation system, teleoptometry, and 3D lens fabrication are redefining how vision care is delivered. These technologies open vast possibilities, but they also demand new skills, ethical frameworks, and continuous learning. Hence, I congratulate the Sri Lanka Optometric Association for sustaining this scientific association session for nearly 2 decades. Your dedication to advancing knowledge, fostering research, and connecting professionals has built a strong foundation for excellence and collaboration. Looking ahead, I believe we can make even greater step to stronger partnership between TVC, the Sri Lanka Optometric Association, universities, and training providers, training institutions. Together we can develop comprehensive national occupation standard, now already developed NVQ standard up to level 6, I think. Ensure international accreditation and recognition for our training programs. Build articulation pathways for NVQ diploma and diploma levels to university degree levels, and promote continuous professional development through flexible and blended learning models. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this milestone occasion, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the President, the Chairman, and Vice Chairman, Executive Committee, and all the members of the Sri Lanka Optometric Association for your commitment to professional excellence and service to society. The launch of Dispensing Forum is a proud moment, a step toward greater recognition, unity, and advancement of the vision care professions. It symbolizes your determination to rise standard, inspire innovation, and open new opportunities for practitioners across the country. Thank you, and I wish the 18th scientific session and the Dispensing Forum every success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. K.A. Laldadira, for that thought-provoking address. And so, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are now moving on to the first session of the Dispensing Forum. And of course, to kickstart this session, I have the pleasure of inviting the Assistant Professor, Department of Optometry and Vision Sciences, and Manager, Basrat Low Vision and Rehabilitation Center, and the PhD Scholar in Optometry, Senior Optometrist, Khurram Nasir. Please put your hands together and give him a round of applause as he takes on the topic of blue shield lenses, myths, evidence, and the future of dispensing optics. Over to you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor and privilege for me to be here at an excellent event which is beautifully organized by the Sri Lanka Optometric Association. And I'm very delighted to see the passionate professionals, students, distinguished speakers, trade partners, and all the delegates who are attending this beautiful event. I am a national and international keynote speaker, and I want to thank SLOA because I started my career regarding the international keynote speaker with SLOA. My first international keynote speech was with SLOA. So I want you people to give them a big round of applause to the whole SLOA team. So I will start my lecture with the spirit of, the love, with the spirit of learning, and with the spirit of collaborations. I will start my lecture, and my lecture today is the blue shield lenses, myths, evidence, and the future of the dispensing optics. I would love if I can have a collar mic, please, or wireless mic. Can I have? So, as you can see, my topic is the blue sheet lenses. I was visiting the trade exhibition outside and I asked someone that which kind of lens this is, and he said, thank you so much. It's on. Thank you so much, because it is impossible for me to hide behind that dice for more than 2 minutes. Thank you so much for this mic. So I was talking about that I asked someone in the trade exhibition that, can I have a lens please? And he said yes. And I said, is this a blue blocking lens or blue sheet lens? He said yes, it's a blue blocking lens. So how much light this lens can block? He said, sir, 100%. I said, oh my God, this is the mistake. This is the mistake, please. So the blue sheet lenses are, you can see, are the optical lenses coated or infused with the special filters or dyes with selectively absorbed or reflect blue violet light, especially 380 to 450 nanometer, while allowing other visible wavelengths to pass through the normally. So the crude concept of the blue sheet lenses is it can block the specific wavelength, as you can see there, 380 to 450 nanometer. So before learning about the blue sheet lenses, we must have a knowledge about this thing, which is the electromagnetic spectrum. As you can see over here, this is the whole electromagnetic spectrum we have, and the human eye can see only this portion, you know, only a slight portion of the whole electromagnetic spectrum. So do you know that how much or what is the percentage of this portion, which is the blue light? It is only the 0.003% of the whole electromagnetic spectrum, the visible light. So human eye can see only the 0.003% of the whole world. So what if a human eye can see the whole electromagnetic spectrum? So we as human are really restricted, and the percentage is only 0.03%, right? So I hope that you people know that a sea creature, which is the mantis shrimp in the sea, who has 18 different cones in its eye, and a human has only 3, right? So we as a human have very limitations in our eyes. So this is electromagnetic spectrum, and you know very well that in this side we have the ultraviolet lights, and in this side we have infrared. This is the shorter wavelength, and away from the visible spectrum, this is the longer wavelength. This is high energy wavelengths, and this is low energy wavelengths. So I will connect my lecture with the scientific research. So first of all, we will discuss about the useful blue light. There are 2 types of the blue light, right? The useful blue light and the harmful blue light. But we as opticians think that all the blue light is harmful for the eyes. Please take this lecture as learning. Please do not take this lecture as criticism. We are here to learn. We are here to elevate. We are here to innovate, right? So please take my lecture as a learning. So the useful blue light is, if the wavelength of the blue light is 460 to 480 nanometer, which gives alertness and focus to the human. So if I will block all the blue light, how I can get alertness, right? And the next is mood regulation. You know, the serotonin, a hormone which gives mood regulation to the human, and the wavelength is 470 to 490 nanometer, which is very useful for me, for you, for a human, right? And the next is circadian rhythms, the biological clock. You all know about the circadian rhythms, right? And circadian rhythms, the blue light wavelength is 460 to 480 nanometer, and it will control the melatonin. You know very well that what is melatonin? The melatonin is a hormone which regulates my sleep pattern. And last but not the least, the visual clarity. If I'm having the blue light, which is 480 to 500 nanometer, it will enhance color contrast and vision. So we as human consider, or I will say we as opticians or optometrists think that all the blue light is harmful for the eyes, but no. this slight portion of the blue light is harmful for the human eye. And the first is, if the wavelength is 380, you know, this is less wavelength, 380 to 440 nanometer approximately, and it can cause the retinal stress, right? And if the wavelength is 400 to 450 nanometer, it can cause the visual discomfort because the wavelength is short, and if the wavelength is short, it will give a high energy, and if any blue light having high energy, it can cause a damage to the eye, right? And the third one is the cellular oxidation, and the wavelength is 380 to 430 nanometer, and it can cause a photochemical stress to the retina, right? And the last one, circadian disruption, if blocked wrongly, right? If you block whole the blue light, it can damage your circadian rhythms, it can damage your sleep pattern. So, as you can see that this is daytime exposure, how this blue light works in the daylight. As you can see, the sun is giving blue light, having the wavelengths 460 to 480 nanometer. It is going into the eyeball, and from the eyeball, it is going to the suprachiasmatic nucleus, the SCN, which is representing the suprachiasmatic nucleus. And this suprachiasmatic nucleus actually works to release the cortisol, the good cortisol, right? It's a kind of steroid which is naturally released in the body, and this cortisol will release from the human body, and this cortisol will make me active. Like, as I said in the previous slide, the serotonin, it will make me alert. The cortisol will make me alert. But this cortisol, if it releases in so much amount in the body, it can cause damage as well, right? But I'm talking about the good cortisol in the human body. So this is the daytime. So blue light, if you wake up in the morning and you go outside and having the blue light, which is the wavelength of 460 to 480 nanometer, it will make you alert. You can go for your daily activities in a very active way, right? But if you get up early in the morning, you put the glasses, which is a 100% blue blockage, how? How can you get the alertness, right? So this is for the daytime, and this is for the nighttime. How the blue light works in the nighttime. So in the nighttime, there is no blue light, very less blue light is there in the environment. So the suprachiasmatic, remember that blue light is actually the stimulus for the alertness, and the darkness is actually the stimulus for the sleep, right? So in here in the dark, when there is no blue light or very less blue light is there in the environment, so if no blue light is there, then the suprachiasmatic nucleus, which is a biological clock, it will give a stimulus, a trigger to the pineal gland. And the pineal gland is in the thalamus, in the brain, and that pineal gland will start releasing a melatonin, which is a hormone of the sleep. Right? At night, we do not have blue light, we have dark, and the dark is actually the stimulus, and this dark is the stimulus for the suprachiasmatic nucleus, and that suprachiasmatic nucleus will release the melatonin, and that melatonin is very helpful for the sleep, right? So this is, blue light works in daylight and in the dark. So now, also we will discuss about the high energy visible light. High energy visible. So there are three different types of the high energy visible lights. So HEV1, and it is nearest to the ultraviolet rays because it has, you can see, the least wavelength. It means the high energy. So it can cause highest energy among the visible light, strongly linked with the retinal photochemical stress. So it can cause a damage to the retina, the HEV1, it can cause the damage to the retina. Approximately the wavelength is 400 to 420 nanometer. And the next is HEV2. It is mid-blue. The wavelength is 420 to 450, right? It can cause damage to the circadian rhythms as well. It can stress your sleep pattern, or it can damage your sleep pattern as well. And HEV3, right? And it is having the blue light wavelength, which is 450 to 500 nanometer, this is less harmful, right? And blocking too much here can distort color, balance, and reduce visual acuity. So there are 3 different types of the blue lights. Now, in the next slide, this is very important, some stuff in my presentation, the myths about the blue shield lenses and the facts and the scientific evidence. So, the first myth is blue light from the screens damages the retina. This is a myth, trust me. Trust me, this is a myth that blue light from the screen can damage it. The fact about this is screen emitting from the blue light is too weak to cause retinal harm. Sunlight is actually the major source of the blue light. So if a person is sitting before the screen and a person on the other side, he is spending a whole day in the sun, who is under more dangerous? The person who is sitting inside the room before a screen, or the person who is standing in the sunlight? So this is a myth and the fact it can cause. So the next myth is blue shield lenses protect retinal health long term. This is a myth. And the fact, no scientific proof that these lenses prevent age-related macular degeneration or any chronic eye disease, right? So it means if a single blue shield lens can treat the age-related macular degeneration, then what ophthalmologist will do? What Dr. Karpagam will do? If a single blue shield lens can prevent age-related macular degeneration, what will you do, Miss Karpagam? The shop is closed, right? So it's a myth. Trust me, blue shield lenses protect retinal health. It's a myth. So the fact is, there is no any scientific evidence about that. Next is, so the myth is complete protection from the harmful blue light. It's a myth, and the fact about this is the standard blue shield lenses block only 10 to 25% of the blue light, mainly from 400 to 420 nanometer. And the next is, wearing blue shield lenses stop eye fatigue, dryness, and headache. No. The truth is, they help reduce glare only, but eye strain mainly comes from reduced blinking, screen distance, and postures, not just the blue light. So the blue light can help you reducing glare, and that's it. And next, the myth is reduced blue light, better melatonin regulation, improved sleep. No. As I said, blue light is actually for the alertness, and darkness is for the sleep, as I said. So the myth is only strong amber orange. If you are wearing a strong amber or strong yellow color or tint at the night, that can help you sleeping, but not the blue shield, transparent blue shield lenses. And eyes feel fresher and performance improves with the blue shield lenses. Not every time. Some users feel subjective comfort, but no strong clinical evidence for this. Now, another one is, myth is everyone using digital devices must wear blue shield lenses. No, every blue shield lens is not for every individual. Do not sell your blue shield lenses to every person, please. This is a myth, right? There are selective persons who can use the blue shield lenses. Now I have so many, researches on the blue shield lenses. I use some of the researches in my presentation because time is short. So the first evidence, which is practice-based evidence, and the title of the research is Blue Light Filtering Spectacles Lenses for Visual Performance, Sleep, and Macular Health in Adults, right? So the journal is Cochrane Database and Systemic Review. Author is there. So the objective of this research to assess whether blue light filtering lenses improve eye strain, sleep quality, or visual performance. This was the objective of the, this. And the conclusion is, you can see there is no significant improvement in eye strain, there is no significant improvement in sleep, or there is no significant improvement in the vision. This is a research, right? So the next, so objective of this research is to evaluate whether blue light blocking lenses actually reduce visual fatigue and improve contrast sensitivity compared to the standard lenses. And the conclusion, you can read the conclusion over here. Blue blocking lenses produced a slight, you see, a slight short-term reduction in visual fatigue and a mild improvement in the contrast sensitivity. So slight and mild improvement is there in this research. So it means and the next objective of this study was to evaluate whether filtering short wavelengths light in the evening improves sleep quality. If I'm having a blue sheet lenses at the evening, it will increase my sleep pattern or it will make my sleep better. The findings, I will come to the conclusion. Reducing strong blue light before bedtime may help sleep slightly, but not a guaranteed or universal solution. It can, but it's not a universal solution. So, these are, some myths, some facts, and some researches about the blue sheet lenses. Now, I will talk about the recommendations, right? What are the recommendations? So, first recommendation about the blue sheet lenses is please use selectively, not universally. As I said, the blue sheet lens is not for everyone. It's for few selective persons. So, prescribe blue sheet lenses only for the evening or prolonged digital exposure, not as a default for everyone. Do not prescribe blue sheet lenses to everyone, please. And next recommendation is educate patients with the real science. Please, if you are an optometrist, if you are an ophthalmologist, if you are an optician, please educate your patient, educate your customer. If you are educating your customer, your business will get hype. Right? Otherwise, one day your patient will get the facts about your claims, about your market claims. So it is very important to educate your customers, to educate your patients. It can give a hype to your business or whatever you are doing in your field. So explain your customer or explain your patient that these lenses filter limited HEV light, offering mild comfort benefits, not retinal protection or complete sleep correction. It's not a magic in the blue sheet. There is no any magic in the blue sheet lenses. It is improving vision. It is improving retinal health. It's not like that, please. So next is avoid over-marketing complaints. Do not tell your patient that this blue sheet lens is a magic. You will wear it and you will be Research, as I said, shows minimal to moderate benefits for eye strain and sleep quality. Avoid overstated promotion terms like retinal protective and sleep enhancing. No, blue sheet lens is not about the sleep. Blue sheet lens is nothing to do with the retinal protection, trust me. And the next is adopt healthy visual habits. This is the good thing. I know everyone in this seminar or conference or scientific session knows about the 20, 20, and 20 rule. Everyone knows, I hope. Every 20 minutes, look at something which is at 20 feet away for 20 seconds to relax accommodation and prevent digital strain. If you want to prevent the digital eye strain, this is the best thing. I always use this 20, 20, 20 rule in my personal practice. And the next one is maintain ocular surface health. Encourage frequent blinking. This is very nice. Proper hydration and the use of the preservative-free lubricating eye drops during the long screen sessions. And the sixth is promote behavioral adjustment. Advise reduced brightness, warm screen tones, and screen-free wind down time before bed. All proven to regulate melatonin more effectively than filters alone. And the seventh is support further research. We as professional, we as students, we as teachers, we as assistant professors in optometry, we as professors in optometry, this is our responsibility to make more and more research in optometry, in blue sheet lenses, in dispensing as well. So I suggest to advocate for long-term regional clinical studies to explore blue light's visual and hormonal impact in South Asia population. So it's our responsibility to make new research and make new innovations. Thank you so much. If you have any question, please ask.
Great. What a fantastic way to kickstart the first session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've covered the topic of Blue Shield lenses, myths, evidence, and future of dispensing optics. Thank you very much to senior optometrist Kuram Nasir. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next topic, and that is dispensing opticians' role in patient care. And to address all of you on this topic, I have the pleasure of inviting a fellow association of the British Dispensing Opticians and senior lecturer in optometry. He's also Regional Institute of Ophthalmology and the Government Ophthalmic Hospital, Chennai, India. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure once again inviting on stage to address all of you, senior optometrist M. Satish Kumar.
Okay. So I'm again here to talk on the dispensing optics standards and its role in the patient care. So before I start, I declare that I'm not going to get any financial benefit out of my presentation. Dispensing optics. As I already mentioned, it's not only about the lenses and frames. It is basically the art of science of perfect vision and also the protection as well. It is going to act as a bridge between the prescription and the glasses. So as I already mentioned, it is a science where the sight meets the emotions, and let me tell you what happens when a patient receives his glasses for the first time. Is he going to check the prescription? I want an answer from you all. Whenever a patient receives the glasses from you for the first ever time, are they going to look at the prescription, how accurate they are? Yes or no? I want answer. Are they aware about what is a spherical power, what is a cylindrical power, what is the axis, PD measurements? They are not worried about all these things. Okay. So the dispensing optics, as we study in our college curriculum, it is not only about centration, spherical lenses or cylindrical lenses or the axis. It is all about giving them the sight. So you have to understand that it has some emotional connect as well. So how everything has begun. Okay. So like I already mentioned in my inaugural talk, dispensing opticians. Okay. The word optometry and the profession optometry is believed that it has been originated only from dispensing opticians. And before the dispensing optician, there were people called optocoans. Before the science that optics exist in the dispensing optics, there were craftsmen who grind the lenses onto a piece of bones or a piece of wood. It's supposed to be held in front of the eyes. Okay. So before it became the science or optics, it was the craft. Okay. So that is why we cannot remove the word craft from the dispensing optics. So everything started way back from 1600. So what role are we going to have here as a dispensing opticians or incorporating the dispensing optics in our optometry practice. Do you think it is about lens accuracy or the frame alignment? Do you think? So every pair of spectacles tells a story of precision, and in today's world it also needs some personalization. And whatever product, so as the previous speaker was mentioning about prescribing the blue shield lenses for the customers, it has to, every suggestions we give, every recommendations we give, it has to have some purpose. Without purpose, we simply are going to follow the unethical practice. So these are the 4 major branches of dispensing optics. So let me just list it down: lifestyle dispensing optics, occupational dispensing optics, vocational dispensing optics, and the pediatric dispensing optics. We'll see one by one. And like simultaneously, I will also let you know about the standards which we follow or which are followed in the professional bodies like ABDO, Association of British Dispensing Opticians. So lifestyle dispensing, so it is not only about the refractive error. So we have to consider the working distance and the visual field which they are going to experience with those glasses, environmental conditions, ergonomics, working ergonomics, as the previous speaker was telling about the environmental conditions, about the lightings and the screen brightness, contrast, glare, and management. So everything has to be considered, conservatively before we prescribe or suggest any pair of glasses. So for these universal standards, we have the American National Standard Institute as well as the British Standard Institute. As a member of ABDO, they follow the British standards. So for these presentations, I am going to explain you about the BSA standards. So these are the standards. I'm not going to read you everything. I will just point out what are the important aspects of the dispensing optics, which are very, very important, like essential. So you can read the 3rd standard, that is BS 2738, which is going to let you know about the spectacle lenses specification of the presentation of prescriptions and the prescription orders. Okay, so it covers right from how we are going to write the prescriptions. Okay, there are certain standards which has to be followed right from writing the glass prescription. Okay, so as of now we will be following something. I will let you know one by one. And then the lenses part. Okay, so regarding the quality of the lenses, they have the standard called BSEN 21987 ophthalmic optics and the mounted spectacle lenses. So just see how meticulously they have classified and set the standard for each and every aspect of dispensing optics. So this is what, as a Asian country, this is what we have to learn from the standards like BSA and ANSI, and we collaboratively can work towards setting up the standards for our own countries. Next is the occupational dispensing. Okay, so here in this segment we will be dealing about the protective goggles, shields, face shields, which are very, very essential in the occupation field where they are prone to have more injuries as well. For that, they have the standards called BSEN 150-56321 and BSEN 379 and BSEN 166. It clearly will explain you. You can just browse online and just read all those standards. It will explain you each and every aspect of the importance and the standards to be followed in terms of providing the protective goggles. And more importantly, the EN standard 167, which is not mentioned here, will help you to understand what are the standards needed to be followed for testing its durability. Okay, so not only setting up the standard, so there are standards like BSEN 167, which will clearly explain us about what are the testing methods in terms of using the steel ball drop test or high impact test or high velocity test. So what are the standards being followed? I'm not going to explain you in detail. Okay, so these are some of the standards for the filters. For welding filters, they have the standard called 379, and for UV ultraviolet filters, they have 170, infrared filters 171, and sun glare glasses 172, where they include all types of tinted lenses. Next comes the very crucial one, pediatric dispensing. Why it is so crucial? In compared to the dispensing glasses to the adults, here we need to be even more careful, and we have to think very comprehensively. Why it is so important? I need reply. You have to interact, no? Only then it will become lively. Yeah. So as you mentioned, we never know, see, for each and every occupations, we know that what sort of hazard we are going to expect out of the profession or that occupation. Whereas for kids, we never know what they will do at particular point of time, okay? So they are prone to all sort of hazards which we may even never imagine in our life, okay? So in that case, it has to be done very meticulously, and apart from the dispensing the spectacle frame part, we have to be very precise about the each and every measurements of the frame in terms of crest height, frontal angle, splay angle, projection, because this is where the entire bridge area of the frame is going to be designed based upon these values, okay? Whereas for us adults, we can, you know, slightly adjust and wear some sort of frame where it will not fit our face, especially for the pediatric age group, where the bone of in that nose bridge region is still growing. So in that case, if you are not going to dispense them with the exact measurements with the frame, especially in the nose bridge region, it is definitely going to hinder their anatomical bone growth as well. So let me explain you about what are the special measurements we do for kids. Crest height, as you can see from the picture here, and then the splay angle horizontally, how broader it is, and then the frontal angle from the midline of the face, how broader it is going to be, and then the bridge projection. So it basically tells us some idea about in what vertex distance we have to design the spectacle frames. And the head width, temple width, and the pantoscopic angle. I think the pantoscopic angle we usually do for dispensing a pair of progressive lenses, but for the pediatric age group, you have to be very specific about head width and the temple width as well. Next, frame selection. You have to be aware about each and every pros and cons of available materials, okay? Each and every material. So not all material, whereas when we buy glasses from the wholesalers, sometimes we may not know what material it is. We simply blindly rely upon the company person, whatever they say, we just simply believe them and then we dispense the pair of glasses, okay? So it is our responsibility to check the pros and cons, advantages and disadvantages of each and every material before we choose. So these are the type of frames where you can see a pediatric frame where it has a very soft silicone nose bridge, not only the nose pads, nose bridge as well, okay? So it is meticulously done. Next is, apart from lifestyle dispensing, occupational dispensing and pediatric dispensing, here comes the vocational dispensing, okay? I think there are some talks are going to be on low vision devices as well, okay? Here, apart from the regular needs, they may need some special purpose, frames and glasses for special purpose, like how you can see here, playing squash, or a special purpose like to lie down and read from the bed. So for that, we have to collaborate with the providers where we can think about dispensing all these type of special lenses. Okay, among this like audience, how many of you practice vocational dispensing? Any special devices? Chanaka sir? Yeah, good. So these are the standards. Again, I'm not going to read. Next, the standards of practice. Okay, so far we have discussed about the standards needed to be followed for the lenses and the frames and the testing methods. So now we are going to see the standards of practice for the dispensing opticians and the optometrist, which is set by the General Optical Council UK. So it has three different wings. One is patient-centric care and the professional competence and the safety and ethics. Okay, so we all know about patient care. Okay, how we need to care about our patients. Next, professional competence. Our chief guest today was mentioning about continuous professional development programs. Okay, so in the standard of practice for the dispensing opticians as well as the optometrists, we need to have a regular continuous professional development programs with several hours of credits. Only then we will be allowed to renew our license for the next year. So we may try and, as Asian countries, we may try and keep some competencies like that to provide continuous professional development programs. Sorry, I missed the last one. And then the safety and ethics. So these are the three major wings of the standard of practice needed to be followed by the dispensing opticians and the optometrists. Okay, so how the sequence goes from prescription to the glasses. So these are the process which are incorporated by the ABDO. So first, each and every dispensing optician should have the complete knowledge about analyzing the prescription. Without analyzing the prescription, without understanding the prescriptions, it is highly impossible for them to suggest or recommend an appropriate pair of glasses. Next is the lens selection. Okay, here many confusion arises. Importance should be given to frame or lenses first. For which would you give the preference first? Lens or frame? I need answer again. Lens. Okay, but I could see even in India, I could see that many of the dispensing opticians, they give first preference to the frame. So it's the other way around. We need to give the first preference to the lens and then the frame selection. Next with the measurements, all sort of measurements. Up to this we do to a certain extent, and then the customization. So here is where we have to incorporate all aspects whichever we have discussed in the lifestyle dispensing, occupational dispensing and vocational dispensing. And finally, as the previous speaker mentioned, counseling is very, very important. Without educating them, they are not going to understand its importance. For them, it's a simple pair of glasses. They just wanted to look good with those glasses on, and they just wanted to see. And the additional benefits, whatever we are going to recommend them and suggest them, we are going to incorporate them in the glasses. We have to make them educate and understand the purpose. Only then they are going to utilize it properly. Verification. So once you have ordered, and then when you receive the complete order from the manufacturer or from the fitting lab, it is also our responsibility to verify that everything has been done according to our requirements. And finally, aftercare. Like how we do aftercare visit, plan aftercare visit for our contact lens patients. How many of you follow aftercare for dispensing a pair of glasses? Maybe say 1 week review or 1 month review. How many of you? So I could see very few hands are raising. So that is where we have to concentrate. So I'll also show you some few prescriptions just to let you know. So here is the case study 1 where the right eye is +1 and the left eye is +4. So it's clearly anisometric glasses. So as per the UK standards, we have to consider the spectacle magnification. So being anisometric prescription, so here in this case the spectacle magnification is going to be higher in the left eye. So spectacle magnification has to be considered. Vertical prismatic, differential prismatic effects, okay, whenever like for especially for the off axis viewing. And then the base curve should be matched with the old pair of glasses. So if they are already a spectacle wearer, as per the British standards, the base curve whichever we are going to make in the new pair of glasses, it has to be only within plus or minus 0.5 diopters compared to the previous glasses. If you are going to prescribe anything away from that, it is definitely going to have its impact on the spectacle magnification as well. Aspheric lenses, as you, I think most of us will be prescribing the aspheric lenses, and we might even try for prescribing little higher base curve for the right eye, because increasing the base curve will definitely increase the spectacle magnification. So in that case, you can have the control to minimize the spectacle magnification as well. So this is case study 2. So being a high myope, right eye -6 and left eye -5. So you have to have knowledge about what type of bifocal segments we are going to give. So distance being myope, it's always preferable to go for D bifocal, where you can have the control over the image jump. And then look at the comments here. Bifocals only, so the patient wants only the bifocal, and he belongs to a machinist category. So where he is prone to have many mechanical and the penetrating injuries. Okay, so where we can plan to suggest him high impact resistance lenses as well. This is prescription 3 with a high myope of around -12 diopters. Here the comment is they want extra pair of glasses. Okay, so here you have not done prescriptions. So the patient comes with the old glasses. You are just going to replicate a new pair of glasses based upon the parameters of the old glasses. So here what need to be considered again is lens form, material, relative curves, and the vertical and the horizontal centrations. Okay. Apart from that, there is one element which is missing in this prescription as per the UK standard. Could you suggest me could you tell me what is missing in this prescription? Anyone? Being a high myopic prescription, as per the, what sir? Chanaka sir? Back vertex distance, yes, exactly. So as per the UK standards, any prescriptions more and over above plus or minus 4 diopters, it has to be mentioned only with particular vertex distance. Otherwise, the lens effectivity is going to differ. Okay. And especially for dispensing a pair of higher prescriptions, when you fit with the lesser vertex distance, especially for minus prescriptions, the lens thickness also goes down. So let me explain you with one of my clients' prescription glasses. So he has a refractive error of -13 diopters. So this is one of his pair where it is made from out of 1.74 single aspheric. So this is how it looks. These are 3 different angles. And the next pair is 1.6 spherical. Okay, so the previous one is 1.74 single aspheric, and then this one is 1.6 spheric with the tinted lenses. And the third one is the blended lenticular. Okay, so being a -13 myope, diopter myope, I have given him these 3 with high impact resistance, and this is his old glasses. This was made from somewhere else. Okay, and this is made out of 1.9 glass with 50 millimeter A size. Out of these 4 prescription glasses, the first 3, 1.74 single aspheric, 1.6 the tinted lenses, and then the third one 1. I don't remember the refractive index, so it's a blended lenticular. Okay, blended lenticular will not be available in like various refractive index. It should be a single refractive index. This is the old one. So what do you think? In which one he would feel very comfortable and he likes every time? All 3 lenses are high impact resistant lenses. you won't imagine that he wears only 1.9. So he feels very comfortable with 1.9. Okay. So whereas being a 1.9 glass, you can know that it is going to have a very less impact resistance. So that means if any hazard or any physical hazard comes, they are going to create the very severe penetrating injury. Okay. So in that case, this is where the consent is very, very important as per the UK standards. So if you are dispensing a pair of glasses where the patient, as per the patient needs, so you have to get a proper consent from the patient that they are aware about all the risk of wearing the glass lenses. So it is going to safeguard our practice. So all these are manual measurements which we already discussed. Here the question is, shall we use the digital applications to measure all the required measurements for dispensing a pair of glasses? If you ask me, yes. Okay. We can embrace, we can use it friendly. Okay. So we cannot think the AI based applications where we used to measure the facial measurements on the other parameters. We cannot see that as the enemy. We can embrace them very friendly, and finally it has to be mended with the human touch. So why dispensing optics matters? So we do so much of hard work in arriving at the spectacle prescription, okay, incorporating all effective methods of doing the subjective refraction, right from the diochrome test, JCC, binocular balancing test, fogging, defogging, cycloplegic refraction. Okay. So what if something goes wrong in the pair of glasses? The whole thing, whatever we have done to arriving at the subjective values, makes no sense. And dispensing optics have a big impact on our optometry practice. So as I already mentioned, so we can embrace the artificial intelligence apps, but only we as a dispensing opticians and the optometrists can detect the hesitation, pride or joy in a patient's trying a new frame. So the legacy is, the next time someone looks through a lens you have dispensed, remember you are not just helping them to see better, you are helping them to see themselves better. So these are my references. I would like to thank the Sri Lankan Optometric Association for giving me this opportunity, and let's join hands to revolutionize the dispensing optics practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Optometrist Satish Kumar, for that very insightful session. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next topic, I just want to invite our platinum sponsor, gold sponsor, silver, and bronze sponsors to table number 8 and 7. If you're already here, perfect. But if you're not, our platinum sponsor, SLOA and Global, and our gold sponsor, Solex, our silver sponsor, Lanka Opticals, and our bronze sponsors, Sinet Industries and Neat Holdings. We'd like to have your representatives at table number 8 and table number 7. All right, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with the insightful sessions and to address all of you next on the topic of myopia control through contact lenses, effectiveness, mechanisms, and clinical insights. I have the pleasure of inviting on stage the chairman of the 18th Annual Scientific Sessions. Please put your hands together for Senior Optometrist Chanaka Veerasundara.
So thank you very much for kind introduction. So today, why I selected this topic, wherever we go and participate for a scientific forum in optometry, the talk of the town, I would say, or many people talk about this managing myopia or controlling myopia. So I thought of giving not a very lengthy discussion, and we can talk about this topic length to length, but giving some glimpse for our dispensing opticians, because now we have, in Sri Lanka also, we have started prescribing and myopia lenses, myopia management lenses. Right. So I am trying to mention here some names. The company or brands names mentioned in this presentation is not on, it's only for information purpose. So there's no financial disclosure whatsoever. So I'm not going to give a definition of myopia, but you know, myopia is which you can see up close, but the further distance is blur. You can see up close very well, but the distance vision is blur. But there's a definition of myopia also. And it has been categorized with the power, the high, low, and moderate myopia. Minus 0.25 to minus 3 is low myopia, and minus 3.25 to 6 is moderate, and above minus 6 is we consider it high myopia. So why this is a concern? Myopia, a growing myopia or the progressive myopia, why is this a concern? Because of the prevalence in the World Health Organization predicts in 2050, that means 25 years from now, the half of the world population will be myope. And already now, as per statistics, 1 out of 6 person here is a myope. Now it's 1 out of 6 is a myope, but in 2050, half of the world population will be myopes. So is there a problem being a myope? Now the problem is, if you become a high myope, there are a lot of consequences. And World Health Organization says now it's actually a healthcare concern around the world, this progressive myopia. Especially in Southeast Asia, even you can see the stats on the slide. I mean, they have high prevalence rate of myopia. So the risk factor, you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the consequences being high myope, being a low myope to high myope, the cataract development, the glaucoma, the retinal detachment, and myopic maculopathy, which going to be a cause of a blinding cause in those people, in high myopes. So in 2050, so healthcare professionals has to more concern about the blinding people with high myopia. But the early intervention, so if we really concern about our myopic people, if we can find it out who are at a risk of developing high myopia, so we can control them. We can just postpone that myopic, because every diopter which increases matters. Every diopter which increases matters for these risk factors. So what we did earlier is just providing spectacle lenses just to see better. But myopia management, it's providing correction plus controlling. Main concern is the axial length elongation. You know, once a child born, they born with a short eye, so they are hyperope. So the emmetropization happens, that means over the period of time until about 6 years of age, the axial length of the eye get little by little longer, and at age of 6, they will develop the 6/6 vision, that is minimum normal vision on a person, minimal normal vision. But if the axial length going to elongate more, that's a risk. So I have a lot of statistics, but because of the time concern, I'm not going to go in very detail. So who are at risk? Who are at risk of this myopic progression? The children, those who are more indoors than outdoors. More indoors than outdoors. And exposed to less ambient light in classrooms. Now, I have a habit, wherever I go, I have an app, I just measure the how much of intensity of light it has. Actually, on a room light condition, it should be at least about 400 to 500 lumens of light for better seeing. Actually, light will play a very big role in someone's vision. Actually, it's in human beings, it's play a big role. But when you go out from a room, the lumens will go up to 30,000 to 100,000. So there's a very much of ambient light conditions there. So which is very important. That's why they say a natural light is better in controlling this excellent elongation. And actually the myopia is not a refractive error anymore, it's a lifestyle change, right? So, and some children, there's a study in Singapore, the children, those who are getting into education very early, like from 1 to 2 years old, they do a lot of near work. With the Sydney study, they have done a study from Singapore and in Sydney, the Singapore people becoming more myopic because they start learning early. So a lot of near work also not good. Lot of near work not good. Getting closer to reading materials not good. So at least the children, minimum per day, they have to be outside with ambient light. 2 hours per day in ambient light, they have to be out at least. So then we can actually educate our children as well as parents in this concern. So living in urban spaces are greater risk of becoming myope. Now you all have seen urban areas, even schools, the classrooms are by about 10 by 20 and is well covered classrooms with 1 or 2 fluorescence light, which is actually not a good thing. But in rural areas, have you all seen the schools with half walls and they can see out? And even in China now, they are making classrooms with glasses and to have a lot of ambient light, because light is very important. And the parental myopia, the father and the mother, if they are both myopes, the child has a 30% of risk of getting myope. So that's a genetical factor. And as for optometrist, when you are doing retinoscopy and all, you have to more concern a lack of accommodation. The accommodation lag. Every myopic child is not a progressive myopia. That we have to remember. But if we find these risk factors, so we have to intervene and we have to provide the myopia management solutions. Now, how to do that? There are different ways of doing it. I'm just giving you 2 factors here. You can see whether there's an accommodation lag. So when you're doing retinoscopy, especially when you're doing dynamic retinoscopy, control and orthochirurgy, our associate professor also there, who gave us a fantastic lecture on that. Thank you very much, Maharaj. And here, so how this myopia get progressed and how this axial lens get elongate. Now you know, when we just give a piece of lenses for myopia to see, the central rays of, you can see the central rays of light and comes and focus exactly on the retina, but the peripheral rays is focusing beyond the retina. Beyond the retina means away from the retina. So we call this a hyperopic defocus. So the axial length elongation and the hyperopic defocus. Hyperopic defocus means this peripheral light rays are focusing beyond the retina. So that's the stimulation to grow the eye length to get elongate. So what we do with these myopia control lenses or myopia management lenses, or there are different types. I am not going to talk about the atropine penalization because I am just mainly want to give some advice to our dispensing optician and optometrists. So this hyperopic defocus, we should take it inside the retina and to become a myopic defocus. Then that stimulant won't be there, so the axial length elongation won't happen. So hyperopic defocus, we have to take it to as the myopic defocus. So there are children we can exclude providing these myopia control devices. It's like congenital myopia, pathological myopia, and you can see all these things I have listed down on here on this slide. So every child should not provide with myopia control lenses. You have to pick who is going to progress the myopia. So this is again the sketch. You can see exactly what I said here. This is hyperopic defocus, that we had to make it a myopic defocus. So when the myopic defocus happen, so axial length elongation get controlled. So these are the options available right now in Sri Lanka, except one will be available very soon, which is right at bottom here. But the DIMS technology, defocus integrated multiple segments, and the whole technology we have now, which is highly experienced lens target technology, and the KR cylindrical annular refracting elements, these three lenses are here in Sri Lanka, which our optometrists will provide. The dot technology is still not available. No sooner it will come. So, and contact lenses. These are a very important part. So I thought of emphasizing more on contact lenses, but the time is running out. But we do the multifocal lenses for myopia progression. But not every multifocal is. There are two types of multifocal contact lenses, which is center near and center distance. So we have to pick the center distance one, not the center near, because which is widely available is center near one. So we have to pick the lens center distance. So there are different types. You can see. So because of the time concern, I just run on the slides. And the extended depth of focus multifocal lenses also there. So those are very effective, and clinical studies have been shown greater results. And the orthokeratology, you know, the cornea is steeper in the center and flattened towards periphery. That's a normal geometry. But this orthokeratology are based on reverse geometry. That means center flat, peripheral steep. Center flat, peripheral steep. And that you have to carefully do this. You have to have a good practice to do it. Little time concerning in Sri Lanka that we are having a problem with getting down the lenses, which is at least now a custom-made lens take about 2 months to come. So we are little, you know, in back, actually behind when we compare with other countries. So this has to be practiced with a lot of clinical expertise, but it's a clinical study says a great option for myopia control. And here I have given some statistics. The atropine and the combined therapy is actually more effective. And I am not going to talk about atropine. So the normal lenses is only about 0.5, but the spectacle lenses pairs 12 to 55%. Soft contact lens and multifocal 29-60, and ortho is 32 to 100. And this all the lenses what we have, spectacle lenses, the whole technology, the care and DIMS technology, it controls nearly up to 59 to about 67%. So thank you very much for patient listening. Because of the time concern, I just ran on the slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senior Optometrist Chanaka Veerasurinder, for that very insightful session. And yes, for keeping it brief as well. I know there was so much that you want to share, but of course, with the interest of time, you've cut it short. And of course, you'll have an opportunity to speak to him during the break as well and to, expand on what he discussed. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are moving on to the final topic of the first session. And for this session, I would like to invite the Senior Manager and Professional Affairs of Bosch & Lomb India Private Limited. He will be speaking on the topic of contact lens dispensing. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Kemraj Nakwal.
Ayubuan, Sri Lanka. Very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Kemraj, and I'm here to represent Bosch & Lomb. My topic of today's talk is how can we enhance patients' experience through Bosch & Lomb innovations in contact lenses and lens care. I'll take you through what Bosch & Lomb is for the first, and then we move to the products. I hope this works. Yes. We are almost a 200-year-old company. We started in 1853, a company who believes in helping people see better so that they can live better. We are present across the globe, close to 100 countries. We have employees working day in, day out so that we can help all of you to give you excellent products and services. In fact, we have close to 60 live projects right now going on so that future is secured and you get amazing products in futures too. We have close to 400 products. Majority of them are concentrated towards eye care domain and ophthalmic instruments. We work very closely with eye care practitioners across the globe because we understand what consumers want and what our practitioner wants. We really understand consumer need and also the practitioner's need. So if I look at what practitioners want today, they want consumer satisfaction. They want something which will retain their customers. To retain customers, they want to give products which are world-class and has superb quality. And that's where Bosch & Lomb stands tall for all of you. We have curated, or I should say, hand-picked products for Sri Lanka. We have amazing range of soft contact lenses, starting with Pure Vision 2 family, which are our flagship silicon hydrogel lenses. We have Pure Vision 2 high-definition spherical lenses. We also have Pure Vision 2 multifocal lenses in Sri Lanka. We have our Soft Lens brands available. We have Soft Lens 59 for monthly users. We also have Soft Lens daily disposables for your occasional users. In fact, we also have Soft Lens toric for all of you. We also added a colorful portfolio with LaSalle color lenses in circle and premium range. Good part about these lenses are their patterns are depicting just like a lace. Very beautiful pattern. In fact, LaSalle circle is a two-tone color lens with an outer ring, a black outline on the lens, which really enhance the eyes. And premium, LaSalle Premium is a very premium three-tone lens which comes in variety of lenses. If you are interested, you can visit our very respected partners, Global Vision, who will help you understand these products very well at the stall. In fact, talking about what is required by every country's needs and demands are different. And that's where, thoughtfully understanding Sri Lanka market, we have something new coming up very soon for all of you and your patients who are ready to go for contact lenses, but they're looking for some affordable products. And for them, very soon we will have a new product in your country, which is Optima 38. Proven performance for so many years, and now you can dispense this lens to your patients. Not only lenses, we are also leading the world with right solutions in every domain. For example, we have Renew Fresh, which is almost 3-decade consistent performance product, which is available in Sri Lanka. We launched BioTrue Solution, which is an amazing product. It works just like the eyes of your patients or your own eyes. The formulation has a pH which is exactly the pH of healthy tears, which is 7.5, and has other features just like healthy tears. Very premium range, just for your patients who want the best for their eyes. We also know that Sri Lanka practitioner does a lot of RGP lenses and sclerals, so talked about Ortho-K as well. And we have world-renowned Boston Simplest solution, also available for Sri Lanka practitioners. We know that quality of product is your preference, and your patient wants the best. So all your patient who wants comfort with good clarity, we have Pure Vision 2, which we also call as high definition lens, because the aspheric optics of this lens is amazing. It reduces halos and glares in dim light condition, helping patient to enjoy evenings very well. It comes with Comfort Moist technology, a very thin lens. In fact, when we launched this lens globally, we did a study. We weighed the lens, the overall mass or weight of the lens, and compared to the available silicon hydrogel, we found that Pure Vision 2 was the lightest lens available. I'm sure all of you know about Soft Lens 59. The central thickness of Soft Lens 59 is 0.14 mm. If you divide it by 2, that is the thickness of Pure Vision 2. 50% thinner than your Soft Lens 59. A silicon hydrogel for people who want to use contact lenses for very long hours. And also for people who want healthy option for their eyes, so that when they use contact lens longer, their eyes are still bright and white. That is what Pure Vision 2 is. Another very important product which fits very well in this country, portfolio domain, is multifocals. Multifocals are doing amazing globally. In fact, we have seen jump in multifocal growth in various countries across the globe, because now, whatever designs are coming now, they are well researched. For example, Bausch & Lomb's 3-zone progressive design. This particular design is done developed after so much of research. I'm sure all of you know, and my other colleagues from spectacle industries are also here. When we talk about presbyopia, we say that patients should be able to see at near, distance, or intermediate. We talk about 3 major distances. Let me tell you that when we designed this lens, or when we were developing this lens, we have tested 3-zone progressive design at 9 different distances, starting from near till far. Because it's not only these 3, we also focus other distances. For example, this. If I have to read what is this, it is neither near, nor intermediate, nor distance. Like that, we checked 3-zone progressive design's effectiveness at 9 different distances. And that design is there in Pure Vision 2 multifocal, which is available for all of you, which is easy to fit, reduces your chair time, and consumers are very satisfied with this product. In fact, if any one of you wants to try, you can just contact our local team here, and they will be happy to help you to have these lenses for your patients. If you want to know the trick of fitting multifocal successfully, or if you want to have your first contact lens trial as the final product patient should take without any modification, stay tuned to my slides. I will give you something very relevant for your practice. So we have Pure Vision 2 presbyopia as a multifocal design lens for all your presbyopes, which does an amazing job to help patients see clearly at all distances. We also have a lot of efforts and investments to ensure that our practitioners keep their knowledge up to date. This is, I guess, 17th year completed since we launched Mastermind Plus program in Asia. This is a program truly dedicated for soft contact lens practitioners. We start from basic till advanced, and we involve role play, fun, learn with fun activity, assessments, lectures, everything put together. We are very happy that we have partnered many times with our SLOA team to conduct this program in Sri Lanka many times. I'm sure many of you are waiting when is next. Please contact SLOA team very soon, or our local team. So this is something which we truly believe that if we really want more people to wear contact lenses, before that, we have to work with practitioners so that they are updated and capable of fitting all the lenses to their patients. In the same objective, my next slide shows you something which is very relevant for your practice. There will be a QR scanner. You can try scanning that and download this app. I told you if you want 100% success or 80 to 96% success, let me tell you, use this app to calculate your multifocal trials. Your first lens will be your final lens, provided your refraction is accurate. If you've done your accurate refraction and use this app, you will not have multiple times patient coming back and doing modification. And that is our very favorite Fit Better app. So Fit Better app is Bausch & Lomb's digital initiative to empower practitioners. When they fit contact lenses, they should be accurately calculating everything. Just because of calculation, they should not end up a patient not happy or not satisfied. This particular app can be used to calculate your spherical conversion, your toric conversion, or your multifocal conversions. In fact, good part about this app is that if you have given a power, suppose you have given -3 both eye low ad, and patient says, okay, Khemraj, I'm not able to see near clearly, distance is okay, which happens only in 15 to 20% cases. The app also gives you an option of refining. So you tell the app that how do I refine this patient? You click refine. App will ask, where do you want to refine? Distance or near? You click this near, and you click which eye is dominant eye. The app will suggest you your next power. So you don't have to be worried about calculating trials accurately. The app also has a lot of tools like your visual acuity conversion from 2020 to 6x6 to Snellen, to metric or to decimal or to logmar. And we also have our entire portfolio in this app. So if you have already scanned it, very good. Otherwise, our team at the stall will help you download this app. So that's what I wanted to say, that Bausch & Lomb contact lens and contact lens care innovations are now available in Sri Lanka for quite some time now, almost a decade, more than a decade. So you can use all these products to ensure that enhancing your patient's experience. And that is what I'm sure all of us are here. So Bausch & Lomb is a company which has contact lenses safe for grown-ups and also for those who are growing up. On that note, thank you so much for your patient attention. I'm really happy and privileged to come and talk to you, all of you here. Thank you so much.
All right, so what a fantastic topic and what a fantastic session by Mr. Khemraj Nakwal. Of course, I should admit myself, me having my very own poor eyesight, that I might be one of your very first customers coming to you as well. Yeah, I see a big thumbs up. I can see only that far, not beyond that. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the conclusion of the first session. And of course, it's been a fantastic session. And this is the moment where we will be transferring our gratitude to those speakers and, of course, our chief guests and guest of honor. And so, ladies and gentlemen, to do the honors of presenting the tokens of appreciation, firstly, to our chief guest this afternoon, I have the pleasure of inviting the SLOA chairman, Senior Optometrist Chaminda Ekanayak, and also the session chairman, Senior Optometrist Chanaka Virasundara. Please put your hands together and give them both a round of applause as they make their way to the presentation party on stage. We'd like to invite the both of you. And ladies and gentlemen, a very special token of appreciation presented to our chief guest this afternoon, Dr. K.A. Laltadira. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause and invite him to accept this very special token of appreciation. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion and for your valuable insights. And with that, I'd like to thank the SLOA chairman and also the session chairman. We will need you back on stage very shortly. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, to present the next token of appreciation, I have the pleasure of inviting the COVS chairman, Senior Optometrist Hiran Pereira, and the session secretary, Senior Optometrist Shama Vajini. Let's put our hands together and give them both a round of applause as they make their way to the presentation party on stage. And with that, I'd like to invite our guest of honor, Senior Optometrist Satish Kumar, to accept this very special token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause. All right, so I'm going to request the COVS chairman and the session secretary to remain on stage. I'm going to request the both of you to remain on stage and invite back on stage the SLOA chairman and the session chairman back on stage because we have very special presentations. So can we have the both of you, SLOA chairman, Senior Optometrist Chaminda Ekanayak, and of course session chairman, Senior Optometrist Chanaka Virasundara. We'd like to have both of you. Because of course, the first session, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to life by some significant, insightful sessions. And so those sessions were also needed to be appreciated here in this first session as well. So firstly, to present a token of appreciation for his insightful session, I have the pleasure of inviting on stage to accept this very special token of appreciation, Senior Optometrist Kuram Nasir. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause. Thank you very much for your fantastic session. Those of whom who have probably walked in late, it was a fantastic session on Blue Shield lenses, the myths, evidence, and the future of dispensing optics. A very insightful session carried out to kickstart the first session this afternoon. And next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite on stage, yes, walking with two tokens of appreciation this afternoon is Senior Optometrist Satish Kumar. Let's put our hands together and give him yet another round of applause. His session, of course, was on Dispensing Opticians' role in patient care. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Kim Raj Nakwal to accept this very special token of appreciation. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause as well. I know I didn't miss his session, but for those of whom who did miss his session was on contact lens dispensing, an absolutely fantastic session for all of us. Thank you very much to the presentation party. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give them all a round of applause. And so, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the conclusion of the first session. Yes, we've come to the conclusion of a very insightful first session, and we are going to break for tea. It's a break of 20 minutes. My clock says 4, so well, with 4 o'clock we have about 20 minutes where we'll see you back again here at the hall, where we'll continue with the second session. This is also your invitation to go look at all those fantastic exhibitors out there who are here today. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for tea.
See more, do more. SLOA.
Just an ordinary day. And I heard you say, I heard you say, and I heard you say, but I heard you say.
The way we see has evolved. With Novar, we take the next step into a new generation. The world you see is not just what your eyes capture. It is what your brain interprets. Because vision is more than that. It is dynamic. It changes with every glance. And it is unique to each person. We present Psychoptics technology, the revolution that merges neuroscience and advanced optics to transform how we perceive the world.
It uses advanced algorithms that analyze how the brain perceives visual signals received by the eye from different points of the lens, generating an adaptive optical focus. Its cutting-edge technology enables precise compensation in all directions of gaze, achieving a more natural adaptation and a superior visual experience.
It is not just optical correction. It is the evolution of perception, greater sharpness, more natural vision in every look. The future of vision is here. Are you ready to see it through different eyes? interprets. Because vision is more than that. It is dynamic. It changes with every glance. And it is unique to each person. We present Psychoptics technology, the revolution that merges neuroscience and advanced optics to transform how we perceive the world.
It uses advanced algorithms that analyze how the brain perceives visual signals received by the eye from different points of the lens, generating an adaptive optical focus. Its cutting-edge technology enables precise compensation in all directions of gaze, achieving a more natural adaptation and a superior visual experience.
It is not just optical correction. It is the evolution of perception, greater sharpness, more natural vision in every look. The future of vision is here. Are you ready to see it through different eyes?
Yeah, I'm out at Brooklyn. Now I'm down in Tribeca, right next to the Narrow. But I'll be hood forever. I'm the new Sinatra. And since I made it here, I can make it anywhere. Yeah, they love me everywhere. I used to cop in Harlem. All of my Dominicanos right there up on Broadway. Pulled me back to that McDonald's. Took it to my stash spot.
Just an ordinary day. And I heard you say, I heard you say, and I heard you say, but I heard you say.
The way we see has evolved. With Novar, we take the next step into a new generation. The world you see is not just what your eyes capture, it is what your brain interprets. Because vision is more than that. It is dynamic. It changes with every glance. And it is unique to each person. We present Psychoptics technology, the revolution that merges neuroscience and advanced optics to transform how we perceive the world.
It uses advanced algorithms that analyze how the brain perceives visual signals received by the eye from different points of the lens, generating an adaptive optical focus. Its cutting-edge technology enables precise compensation in all directions of gaze, achieving a more natural adaptation and a superior visual experience.
It is not just optical correction. It is the evolution of perception, greater sharpness, more natural vision in every look. The future of vision is here. Are you ready to see it through different eyes?
Growing up, I always wanted to be a superstar. A superstar. Small steps. Big wave making superstar. Owning who we are, like we are superstars. 'Cause we got the flow, true to the core. We soar.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we will be beginning our second session of the Dispensing Forum, and we'd like to invite all of you once again from your tea break to take your seats here in the main ballroom so that we can kickstart the second session where we once again have very insightful topics that we will be discussing here at the 18th Annual Scientific Sessions and Trade Exhibition. So we're expecting all of you to return back to your seats so that we can get started on our insightful sessions. Thank you very much.
Just an ordinary day. And I heard you say, I heard you say, and I heard you say, but I heard you say.
The way we see has evolved. With Novar, we take the next step into a new generation. The world you see is not just what your eyes capture, it is what your brain interprets. Because vision is more than that. It is dynamic, it changes with every glance, and it is unique to each person. We present Psychoptics technology, the revolution that merges neuroscience and advanced optics to transform how we perceive the world.
It uses advanced algorithms that analyze how the brain perceives visual signals received by the eye from different points of the lens, generating an adaptive optical focus. Its cutting-edge technology enables precise compensation in all directions of gaze, achieving a more natural adaptation and a superior visual experience.
It is not just optical correction, it is the evolution of perception, greater sharpness, more natural vision in every look. The future of vision is here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly request all of you to please take your seats so that we can get started on the second session here in the Dispensing Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to request all of you to please take your seats so that we can get started on the second session. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you enjoyed the Sri Lankan tea and, of course, the fantastic refreshments here at the Hilton Colombo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to kickstart the second session. And as we kickstart the second session, I just want to remind all of you that you have a form which is on your table for all the registrants. So please fill in the form. and that will be collected from you, which will then be used to give you the participation certificate for the dispensing forum. So be sure to fill out the form which is on your table. All right, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to kickstart the second session, and as I mentioned before, we've got very exciting topics to cover as well, and very insightful topics too. So kickstart the second session. I have the pleasure of inviting Professor and Internship Program Head, Dr. Agarwal's Institute of Optometry, Senior Optometrist Jamima S. Hubert. Let's put our hands together and give her a round of applause. She will be covering the topic low vision assessment and prescribing aspects. So this will be a very exciting topic covered by her. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. So can I hear a loud good evening from everyone? Okay, all right. So I would like to thank the Sri Lankan Optometry Association to organize this wonderful session, and the hospitality was awesome. I have already heard from Dr. Katpagam, our dean, that the hospitality and the way they conduct the program, the conference is amazing, and I have witnessed even much more than what she said. So thank you so much for inviting us, and it's a pleasure to be here at Sri Lanka. So I'm going to talk about evaluation and prescribing aspects in low vision. So before that, a small story. So we had come 2 days ahead, and there was a van arranged, and we were going out and seeing places. And in the evening, we were just going out, and we saw that it was all so dark. We thought that there was no street lights. And then we saw some shops, and it was so dimly lit. And I was saying, back in India, the shops and all will have so much bright light. And there was another doctor, she was saying, yeah, in our country also, the shop lights will be very bright. What is this? And then we got down from the van, and it was all very bright. And then we realized that we were inside the van, and it had tinted glass. And so it was all so dim. We thought there was no street lights, and then later we realized there are street lights. So what the mind does not know, the eye does not see. So just a small trip in the van with tinted glass was so frustrating. So after that, my dean, she went and sat in the front seat because she wanted a good view. We, inside the van, we had no clue where we are going, we didn't know the route, nothing. So, imagine just having good vision, but just traveling in a van with tinted glasses. It was so frustrating. Imagine the world for a person with less vision. So how is it going to be? How frustrating it will be. So what is low vision? So I've just given in short. So if a patient has less than 618 vision, or if he has less than 10 degrees field of view from the point of fixation, or in other words, 20 degrees less than that, even if he has 6 vision, still he is low vision because his visual field is very less. He's going to go and bump into objects. So even though the definition says 618, even if they have 6'9", but in case their job occupation requires a vision of 6'6", we need to make sure that we do something and enhance their vision. So there was a lady, a 54-year lady, Priya. She was the only breadwinner of the family, and slowly, progressively, her vision was gradually reducing. She was in a village, and people said that there is a town, a little faraway city, where there is a big hospital. So if you go there, people are coming back with good vision. So she decided that she will also go. She didn't have much money, but still she was selling the rice bags she had and everything, and she gathered enough money and she went to the hospital. But when she went to the hospital, they examined and they said nothing can be done. She couldn't believe it. I've spent so much money and I've traveled all this distance, and you're saying nothing can be done? There's no one else in my family who will take care of me, my son, my mother, but they still said nothing can be done. Imagine what would have happened to her. Her whole world would have just crumbled down. She has no vision, she can't work, she can't earn, there's no one to take care of her nor her family. So very often this is what happens in many parts of the world. When much can be done, nothing is being done. So we as optometrists and ophthalmologists, we can definitely make a change. So even though nothing can be done for a patient, when glasses is not going to improve, when surgery is not going to improve, when laser treatment is not going to improve, when they feel that everything is gone, when they feel that all doors are closed, we can open a door for them, a new door, and we can offer hope for the person. Whatever be their vision, there's something surely can be done. So let's see a little bit about the low vision category. So we have optical aids, we have non-optical aids, electronic devices, assistive devices. So anything is possible. So even if a patient has no vision at all, even when glasses, magnifiers, telescopes, those are not improving, there are a lot of other assistive devices also. So we'll see a little bit about that. So if you see the optical devices, we have devices for near. So it can be a hand magnifier, it can be a spectacle magnifier, it can be a stand magnifier. We need to use our discretion what to give. Like for example, if a patient has a lot of tremors, he's an old patient, then giving a hand magnifier will be difficult, a spectacle magnifier will be better. So depending on the patient's need, what they want. So even in the optical aids, there are aids for intermediate. So many people give aids for near, for distance, but a lot of intermediate work is required, like for example, for a knitting, sewing, stitching, doing some fixing work. So for all that, intermediate aids are also required. And then aids for distance. There are a lot of telescopes available, which can be handheld, where they can use it for spot use, or it can be spectacle mounted, or you can, clip-on telescopes are also available. So like the one on the right, so when they want, they can use it over their glasses as well. Apart from this, in case a patient has restricted field of view, so there are a wide range of field expanders available where you can give them reverse telescopes, or you can give them minus lenses or prisms. So these can be helpful for patients and enhance their peripheral vision as well. And in non-optical aids, there are a lot of devices available. So my main talk is about the prescribing aspects, so I'll not go much in detail about this, but still you can use large print, make the objects bigger, brighter, better, so that it is easy for them. So you can use them give them some tints and improve when patients have glare, contrast sensitivity issues. So all these are available, as well as for typoscopes are available, which can be helpful for them, signature guide. So all those comes under the non-optical devices. And electronic devices and assistive devices is also available. So in case the patient has a little vision, you can use autofocus telescope or something to improve and enhance and enlarge. But in case their vision is totally bad, you can still use devices like Orcam or something, where even if they are blind, it will still help them. And there are also a lot of Indian-made products also available, which is available at a competitive price, like smart vision glasses also. So let's see another person. So he's Mr. Naveen, a 60-year-old retired IG person. He was very energetic, vibrant. He was not using glasses at all. And afterwards, he underwent cataract surgery. And later, it was found that he had diabetic retinopathy, vitreous hemorrhage, and his vision was very, very poor. So he was very frustrated because he had no problem at all previously. So his vision on examination was 1/60 in one eye, and the other eye had 3/60 N36. But they said that nothing can be done, and he was very, very upset. He used to do a lot of activities, he kept himself busy. And maybe when I first heard him, he said that I'm having very less vision. But then when I checked his vision, it was 3/60 N36. And I'm sure most of us would think that, okay, your vision is okay, you at least have 3 by 60, you at least have N36. There are people who are not able to read even N36. But then for him, it was very devastating. It was a rude shock to him that he couldn't even see clearly. So how is it for you when you see this PowerPoint? Is it clear? Even a little blur can make us so upset. But imagine people who have to have blurred vision, not able to read. And later, at a last resort, his ophthalmologist said that he can visit the low vision department. And he said that in case nothing can be done, I'm going to commit suicide. So vision loss is very, very traumatic for many people. More than, if you're not able to hear, if you're not able to walk, if you're not able to speak, it's manageable. But low vision is something, and in case a patient becomes blind, that is very, very devastating, and they cannot accept it at all, many people. So, many places, people are not dispensing low vision devices. Why? Why do you think people are not giving low vision devices? Many people are there going to the hospital, but they are just sent back saying nothing can be done. So what do you think are the hindrances? Many people think that it's too time consuming, because minimum for a low vision patient, it takes at least 1 hour or so. You do the full workup, you give the trial, they are very slow in reading. And then finally, they may not even buy the low vision device. So they think that it's not going to bring money. But if we are not there to give them, if we are not there to help them, who's going to help them? What will be their future? But then when we take the effort, okay? So it's not that you need to know a lot about low vision. Simple things is enough where we can give them hope. So, when, let's say you're in a hospital and they call you up and tell you that there's a low vision patient, what do? You immediately, do you take the patient inside to your clinic, or do you tell them to come on another day? So many a time what happens is, because per patient, the low vision trial and evaluation, everything will take 1 hour. So let's say the hospital tells that there's a patient who's come today, he's been checked up, and he needs to be referred. Sometimes we say, okay, but then afterwards when the patient comes, probably the patient might have been dilated. Maybe they put drops, they've used instruments to shine light inside the eye, and it's already his vision is blurred. So that's not the right time to call him for a low vision evaluation. So best is you can just call the patient, take a short case history, and better to fix appointment some other day, so that the patient is also not dilated, his vision is okay. And in case if he's using any low vision devices, please ask him to bring it, so that in case he's already using a 2x or 3x magnifier, you can as well give them a better magnifier. And also you can find out whether he's using it, or if he's not using it, why he's not using it. In case he's been given a hand magnifier, you might give him a stand magnifier if he's not comfortable with hand magnifier. So those things will be useful. And definitely you should ask one attendant to be with the patient, because he needs to be taught how to use the magnifier. Probably we have taught him how to use it, but then he may forget it. And there are one patient who came to me, he's saying he kept the magnifier on the reading material, and he said, they gave me this device, but it's not at all helpful. So if there's an attender also along with the patient, you can teach the attender as well how to use it, so that they will remind the patient how to use the device. And as the patient is coming inside the room, or even as he's in the waiting hall, you can check if he's having any eccentric viewing, any head tilt, how the patient is carrying himself, is he able to walk, so that when he comes inside, you can ask the relevant questions and you can give the devices accordingly. And next, case history. Now already the patient might have undergone the full examination, case history would have already been done, but there is a difference in case history between the routine case history and the low vision case history. So in routine, you try to find out you ask questions to find out what could be the patient's diagnosis. Whereas in low vision, you ask questions to find out what exactly the patient needs. What is the patient's problem? So accordingly, you can give them the low vision devices. So the visual tasks, when you ask questions, you can divide it into 3. What are their needs for distance? What are their needs for near? What are their needs for intermediate? So that accordingly, you can give the aids. So let's say it's a school student, then maybe their need is to see the blackboard. Distance, they need to write notes near. So in case it's a housewife, maybe they might have intermediate needs for cooking, for seeing the bottles, for seeing the for going shopping, buying things, all that. And also illumination, whether they function better in bright illumination or dim illumination. So this is a patient, Mr. Arul. He's 56 years old. He was diagnosed to have retinal detachment, and his vision was 660 in one eye and 2/60 in the other eye, and N36 in the right eye and N48. But in spite of giving low vision devices, in spite of his vision improving to N6, he was not accepting any of the devices. He was just saying, I just want something like spectacles. I don't. So he was quite frustrated, angry. So the optometrist there couldn't understand why is he getting angry when his vision is improving to N6. Emotional impact also matters. So how is their psychological state of mind? So based on that, maybe you cannot do everything on one day. Probably initially they might be in a state of shock. Some people will deny. They'll say, I'm having good enough vision. Why should I use all these things? Just give me glasses. Some people will have anger. Some people will go into depression. So it's important that we consistently follow up with these patients, and probably they are not ready to take the device on the first visit, but consistently we need to follow up, keep in touch with the patient, and probably after a few visits, they will be able to accept the low vision devices. And next is functional vision assessment. You need to check their vision. Apart from that, contrast sensitivity, color vision, visual field. So all these matters. So what is the best chart for a low vision patient compared to Snellen? It is better that we use a logMAR chart. In the same way, for near, instead of using the single letter or single word, it is best to use a chart which has disjointed words, because in real life, that is what they're going to, they'll be reading sentences. And if you use continuous text, they may guess and they may be able to read it when we are checking, but later they might have problems. So a disjointed word sentence charts is best. And low vision refraction will be different from the usual refraction because we need to use certain other procedures like radical retinoscope, off-axis. In case you're not able to do retinoscope, you can do a keratometer and get at least a rough estimate of their astigmatism, axis, all that. And in subjective refraction as well, it is better to go in plus or minus 2 diopter steps or even up to plus or minus 6 diopter steps, because for a patient with 6.6 plus or minus 0.25 also they'll be able to make the difference, but for a low vision patient it will be different. So this is called as a just noticeable difference. And this is the Hallberg clip, so we know already about the pantoscopic tilt and all that. When patients have high power, instead of doing the refraction in trial frame, it is better to use the Hallberg clips where it has extra shells where you can insert the lenses and you can do the refraction. And contrast sensitivity also matters. So poor contrast, it's going to be difficult for the patient. They may have good vision, but their contrast might be poor, and we will think that they can function well, but in fact, it affects their performance. And next is color vision. So because color vision is quite important, so when we check their contrast and color vision, we can give them rehabilitation, environmental modification accordingly. And visual fields is also important because central vision or peripheral vision, in case it's impaired, we will be able to give the devices and give them help in whatever way possible. And then about the prescribing aspects. Let's say a patient has 3 by 60 N36 in one eye and 6 by 9 N6 in the other eye. What low vision devices can be prescribed? Can anyone tell me quickly? What device will you give? Anyone? So I'll divide this into two. Whoever is giving the correct answer will get a chocolate. This side? Yes, sir. No devices. Excellent. So we can all give a good round of applause for sir. And the gift will be given later. All right, yeah. So many people are referred to the low vision department. They come to the department, they wait for a long time, and then we find that the other eye, when the other eye has 6/9 N6, why would they even accept any device at all? So that should be remembered. So before you ask the patient to wait, it is better to check their vision and everything, and then ask them to come for the evaluation. And predicting the magnification. So this is simple formula. So we need to find out what is the purpose of the low vision device and what is the visual acuity needed. Based on that, you can use this formula where you just divide required visual acuity by the present visual acuity. So in case the patient's vision is 6/18 and he needs 6/6, so 18 by 6, so you know that 3x magnification can be given to the patient. But after that, based on the patient's task, based on the patient's vision improvement, you can adjust it. And again, for near, you can use this formula. So just divide the vision, distance vision. In case it is 6 by 60 or 6 by 36, just put it the reverse way. So 36 by 6, so 6 diopters. You know that 6 diopters will be needed for near. So there's also another formula which is called as equivalent viewing power. So I'll just give an example. So it is the best corrected visual acuity by target visual acuity. Again, what is the font size that is required for the patient? Let's say it's a school student. Let's say that they need N6 vision. But generally, in case they need N6 vision, you should give 2 times better improvement in line so that they are able to read it without much strain or effort. It's like how you have reserve in your petrol, in your car or bike, something like that, so that they don't overstrain. So best corrected visual acuity is N12 and their target vision is N4 into 100 by working distance. So that will give an approximate magnification that is required. So for a student, in case you find out that the magnification is 2.5x, so you can either give a spectacle magnifier of 10 diopters or a stand magnifier of 2.5x or a hand magnifier of 2.5. Again, so you might think which one to prescribe. Whether should I give a hand magnifier or a spectacle magnifier? So it depends on what work they want to do. Most people will prefer a spectacle magnifier. But sometimes a hand magnifier will give them a little more flexibility in working distance, then you can go for that. But in case they are having tremors, in case they are not having difficulty in maintaining the working distance of a hand magnifier, a stand magnifier will be better. So when you give them a trial 1 or trial 2, you will get a feel of which one they are preferring. Based on that, you can increase the magnification and see how much the vision can be improved and what is the best aid that you can give for the patient. So, are you all ready and are you all willing to give a helping hand to improve the life, to improve the quality of life for patients with low vision? So, how many of you would really help people with low vision? So, for me personally, what I feel is, even though your specialty is maybe contact lens or maybe dispensing, I feel as an optometrist, everyone should come and help people with low vision as well. Let's say that you don't have much of low vision devices. A simple spectacle magnifier, high plus lenses, at least that you can give to start with so that their vision can be improved. So we at Dr. Agarwal, we regularly conduct a lot of eye screening programs and we help people with less vision. So we conduct camps, we go to various schools, colleges, and we do it. And also in our own hospital, we've seen so many people who benefit with this low vision devices. So if you think that these formulas are very difficult, I'm not able to remember it, just think, whatever is the patient's condition, okay? Based on their disease, you know whether they are having central vision loss or peripheral vision loss. whatever it is, they need some device for near. So near, you know that you can have all the devices that I told, a hand magnifier, a stand magnifier, a spectacle magnifier. In case they have difficulty in distance, you know you can give them a telescope or a CTV or something like that. And in case they have peripheral visual field loss, you know you can give them field expanders. So a simple example, in case a patient is not able to read clearly, they have a central scotoma. When you use a magnifier, the words are going to be magnified and they are able to read it better. In case there's a deep scotoma, central scotoma, in case they're not able to read it, then maybe you need to try and teach them some eccentric viewing strategy or steady eye strategy, something like that. So tips for your patients. I had a patient who was around 55-year-old, and I asked him, what do you do? He said, I don't do nothing. At home, do you read anything? Do you see TV? You know what he said? No, if I read, I have to hold it very close. And if I hold it very close, my eye has already got spoiled, so it will get spoiled more, so I don't read at all. And TV is also not good for eye. I was thinking, a 55-year-old patient or 60-year-old patient, I'm sure that all his family members will go out for work or whatever. What will he do all day long? He will only end up with more depression. So we need to educate the people that it's all right to hold books close. It's all right to see the TV. In case they are not able to see it clearly, it's all right for them to go close and see the TV and still enjoy their life as well. So simple devices can be given which will make a difference. So even if not much of low vision devices is available, you cannot at least tell your patient that you can check with the lighting. Lighting helps a lot. I had a patient who had only N36 vision, and when I gave him extra light, his vision improved to N8. Can you believe it? So lighting does matter. So even if lighting is improved, their vision is going to improve. And also posture matters when you prescribe low vision devices. So, see, on that side, if you see, the boy is bending so much that he'll end up having neck pain, back pain, everything. But in case you give them a reading stand with a device, then he's able to read it comfortably without much problem. So there are simple tips that can be used, that can be given to patients. So whatever it is, do not send a patient away saying nothing can be done. Definitely there are ways to improve their vision. In case you are not able to buy and invest the low vision devices, at least have a tie-up with someone so that you can refer your patients to the low vision practitioner so that the patients can enjoy their life as well. Let's bring joy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Optometrist Jemima S. Hubert, for the very insightful session and, of course, for kicking start the second session this evening. All right, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the next topic, which is troubleshooting in PAL, new trends in dispensing. And to address all of you on the topic, I have the pleasure of inviting the Leonardo lead from India, Miss Tanima Chakraborty. Let's put our hands together and give her a round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. And I would like to start my presentation. So it's on new innovations and essential in dispensing tool. And today we are going to talk about the personalization when it comes to dispensing. Now let's see that why we should use personalization. So many of us, I think in the beginning, we used to use things like CD players or regular cable TV when we want to play our favorite music or we want to see our favorite movie or series, something like that, right? But gone are those days. Nowadays, what we prefer is that we know what we want to hear. So there is a list of my favorite music, and also there will be a list of my favorite content that I want to watch on the television. So we are going to use things like Spotify or Netflix where I can watch my favorite content. So, and that might be different than your preference, my choice. It might be different from you or somebody else. So nowadays we are very, very specific when it comes to our choice, what we want, what we need. Similarly, when it comes to the patient, they also have similar choices when it comes to spectacle lenses. So it's very important that we talk about personalization there as well. Now, what is the personalization for the consumers or for the patient? So it's very, very accurate and precise measurement that you can take when you are dispensing personalized lenses or when you are taking the personalized measurement. It's also a different set of experiment when it comes to the patient's point of view. So the experience, it's a very different level altogether. They will experience it in a very, very different way compared to our traditional dispensing. Also, it's a very, very scientific way of dispensing. So there are a lot of technology and science which we are using when you are going for personalized measurement. So what are the benefit for our consumers? The benefit is something like, a better experience when they are trying those products, better visual comfort. At the same time, the experience that they are going through, it's a different level altogether. Why it is required for the opticians or for the practitioners? Because we can set an example, or we can elevate our practice, enrich our practice, and also we can also prove that we are different to enjoy that benefit, that we can give you a very special experience compared to the other people who are there in the market. So when it comes to the personalization experience, we are going to talk about eye code. So like the way I have already told that each eye is very, very unique. And when we talk about something very special or very unique, we use the term code. Suppose the number of your passport, that will be unique to you, right? Nobody can carry the same number of passports. It's something like your fingerprints. It's very, very unique. So similarly, all our eyes are very, very unique. When it comes to eye code, what is eye code basically? It is basically the eye rotation center. So what is eye rotation center? I would like to take some time to explain that. So as we know that eye is basically, it's a ball, right? It's a globe-like material. It's a circular thing. Now it will rotate. It will move in different directions, up, down, side, right, left, corners. And whenever a certain, round thing will rotate in different directions, it will obviously have a center point, right, around which it will rotate in different directions, similar to the video that you have just seen. Now, if you try to find out the center of that eye rotation center, so that is basically to find out that particular location, 3D location of that eye rotation center will help you to create or to optimize the lens design as well. So here, as you can see that if you are looking at the fixation point 1, your eye will move towards the fixation point 1, and if you draw that fixation axis connecting the fixation point 1 through the pupillary center, and it will touch your macula. Now suppose if you are looking to another direction, so suppose there is a fixation point 2, your eye will also rotate towards the fixation point 2, and you can again draw a fixation axis connecting the fixation point to the PD center of the PD, and also then touching the retina, the macula, right? So similarly, you can draw multiple fixation axes. Now, all these fixation axes will intersect inside your eyes with one certain point. That is nothing but the eye rotation center. So when you can calculate that, when you know the location of that particular eye rotation center, you can design your lenses more accurately. So how we are locating the eye rotation center? So there are three aspects. The first is the eye rotation center distance. So generally we talk about back vertex distance, but here we will go one step forward where we are going to calculate the distance from the back surface of the lens till the eye rotation center. And there are different studies that shows that the distance of that eye rotation center, so which we call ERCD or eye rotation center distance, it will vary compared to the emmetrope eye, hyperopic eye and myopic eye, and it can have a variations of up to 30%, which is huge, you can understand. So there is no standard or fixed eye rotation center distance that we can consider. Now, like the way I have already spoken, that the better we know the eye, the better we can design the lens. So once you know the eye rotation center distance and also the eye rotation center PD and height, you are not only centering your lenses or fitting your lenses accordingly, you are also putting it in the lens design calculation. So this will help your customer to see in different distances all together in a very different and powerful way. So it can give you 5 times higher precision and instant vision without effort. So we have three part when it comes to eye code. One is eye rotation center PD, eye rotation center fitting height, and also eye rotation center distance. You can also incorporate dominant eye technology. So that is something we called 4D technology. So like the way we know that we have one hand which is dominant, similarly we will have one eye always which is dominant. So whenever we are using dynamic vision, suppose we are moving or we are following a moving object, our dynamic eyes, our dominant eyes plays a very important role finding that and sending signal to the brain. So here with the help of dominant eye technology that you can measure with the help of certain instruments, you can actually work on elevating the reflex vision of the customer, which is very, very important for the dynamic vision. There are a lot of cases when we see that the patient, especially in case of progressive lenses, we do the proper refraction, the proper centration, and after that also sometimes they will complain about the near vision. They are not very comfortable. Sometimes they will come back, I can see, I can read, but I'm not very, very comfortable. So how to understand or how to make it better? So what we can understand is that when it comes to near vision, again it will vary from customer to customer. So there are different aspects that we should consider when it comes to near vision, like the gaze lowering, the reading distance, where I'm keeping the object. We never keep the object just center to my eyes, right? It will be either towards the right or towards the left. What about the gaze direction, the area that I'm scanning, the speed that I'm reading? So all those things you can consider when it comes to near vision behavior with the help of certain instruments. So nowadays, we can elevate our practice of dispensing by using certain instruments. So here I'm going to talk about mainly two instruments. One is iRuler 2 and another one is VisiOffice X. iRuler 2, we have the stall just behind you. So whenever you have the time, you can come and see the instrument by yourself. I'm going to play a short video on that particular instruments. like the way you have seen that we need to have just an iPad and we can give the attachment and the applications with some sensors and some other attachments so that you can actually take the measurement within few minutes, the eye code data, the dominant eye, the near vision behavior. So you have seen that one blue dot was moving, that is basically the near vision behavior data. And also the frame parameters like your A size, B size, pantoscopic tilt and wrap and everything. And you can create your design, you can create your eye code lenses according to that, you can do the fitting accordingly. So I'm sure you must be thinking that, but our patients are always in rush, we don't have time to do that, right? But also I would like to tell you that whenever we do the refraction, our patient, they don't tell us that you have to do the refraction within a minute because I am in hurry, because they know that it's important. So if we can create that sort of experience in front of our patient, they will surely spend that much of time for this sort of measurements. Now here also in terms of support, we look forward to all the optometrist practitioners and everyone who is present here to change the scenario, the current scenario. What we see is that nowadays, first we do the frame selection, then we do the eye examination, then the lens selection, and then finally we go for the measurement, that is the PD marking centration. So we would like to urge you to change it a little bit because all of you need to play a very important role to give that sort of experience and value addition to the customer. So after the frame selections, during the eye examination, we can always talk about the advancement is there in the technology, the value added benefit that they can get from the modern days dispensing, and then we can go for the measurements, and then finally we can go for the lens selection. So this will help, this little change in terms of our practice, practice slots can change the overall experience and the result of the customer in a very big way. So just to summarize, as I have already mentioned that when we talk about personalization, it's a different level of experience. It's a value-added service that you can give to your customer. Your customers are going to get much more better quality of vision, 5 times higher precision. So there are a study which shows that there are 5 times higher precisions and better adaptation, instant adaptation when it comes to progressive lenses, because we are not only taking the centrations, but also we are optimizing our lens design as per the calculations and as per the measurement. Less than 5 minutes it takes to, to take all the measurements, but when it comes to the return, when it comes to the overall experience of the customer, it creates a lot of difference. So with that, I would like to leave you with the last and final video on Visio Office X. Just have a look. Can I ask you to play the video, please?
Welcome to Visio Office Experience.
from our side. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you so much, SLOA, for giving us the opportunity. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Ms. Tanima Chakraborty, for that very insightful session on the new trends of dispensing. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the final topic in the second session. And of course, this too is going to be an interesting one on the topic of maintaining professionalism from Hoya, India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Arun Nagaraj.
Is this working? Yeah. Great. So first of all, good evening to you all. And I know I'm the last guy standing here from the vote of thanks. I'm pretty happy to be here. The reason is not because Sri Lanka is a wonderful country, not just that. Because this is one place where I've seen people are really hungry for knowledge. They really love learning something new, something different, and how do we really make the experience better. Today, in the year 2025, post-COVID, I think the eye, which is working wonderfully, like one of the most best cameras that we can talk about, the 576 megapixel camera that we talk about, is under heavier pressure. And we've been seeing it from the morning, or rather afternoon, talking about the blue cut range of lenses or how blue light can impact us, to Satish talking so much about how to dispense. And the entire workshop which we're talking about is on dispensing and dispensing. We did see how new instruments are coming in, how contact lenses are making a difference, and how Chanaka did mention about Ortho K itself, how it can really change things for us. Everything is how do I really make things better and better for our people, for our customers, for our clients, however you call them. Because I really am not a person who would love to call a person who comes to our store as a patient, because we know refraction is not a disease. It's just condition, and how really we can address it is all matters. So with that point, when we talk about Hoya, Hoya also, if I have to give you a small introduction, is a small company started by two brothers way back in 1941, in the month of November, called the Yamanaka brothers. And they had this journey so well planned out that they wanted to give the best. And that changed things. So before we go into that, but that small part, I wanted to play a small video which kind of gives you a small introduction of what Hoya means, how they really plan, having consumers in mind. What is it that we can do to make their life better? So do see this small video, and then I can share more. That's okay. If the audio doesn't come, don't worry. So the journey, what Hoya has always been doing, that's what we're trying to show. In this particular video, we're talking about Merio. Merio basically is a Japanese word which means clarity. How do I really make it better? Because scratch resistance is a common problem. We are in the Asian part of the world, tropical country, messed up weather conditions. It has to survive. So every act of ours has been on those lines. So you'll be seeing more of it in a few seconds. So that's the end of the video, okay? So if you've noticed, all that was shared in this particular 2 minutes or less than that was what we are trying to do with eye care. Does it mean that Hoya is only into ophthalmic lenses? No. So there are various areas of their expertise, goes including your laparoscopic devices, endoscopes, smart TV modules, Blu-ray players. And if you look at it, the common dot joining all of them is light management. So the kind of obsessed of how really light works, how each refractive index has an impact, how they can really bend light and change lives. Okay, and that's exactly why they filed patents. 1,500 plus patents they have. They're doing very, very well. Constantly obsessed of improvement. The Kaizen method, which you all heard of, Japanese, which are known for. If this is one side of the story, another side of the story, which SLOA, when we were talking to them about, was how do we really make the small change? Every year, religiously, SLOA is really working so meticulously in trying to raise raising the bar of dispensing in Sri Lanka. So if that is the case, how do we really make it better and better? So that's exactly puts us in a place where we are learning so many things. We're learning about optics, but how does a customer see us? What does he see in us? We are trying to see how do I really make a better journey for him, what kind of a lens I can give, which kind of a coating I can give, which kind of a frame I can offer him, so on and so forth. But how is he seeing you? That's the important thing. So is there something that I can do to make him really come back to me more and more? Can I really be that attraction, like that magnet? Why should he come? Is it a discount that he wants? No, definitely not. As Taniya was mentioning, he doesn't argue with you, he doesn't talk to you inside the clinic when you're talking about refraction. He doesn't compromise on the time you take. Whereas when he's outside, he starts talking. He normally comes with a ticket saying, tomorrow is my flight, I want the lens today. But he doesn't do that inside the clinic. So what is it that I really have as a bait to make my practice better? So everything that we do is an act of a advertisement. We are the brand ambassadors there. So how we conduct ourselves, how we wish them, how do we really understand the concern? And that's one word where Chanaka was mentioning, how do we really do counseling? How do we really become his consultant? Try and understand things from his perspective. So that is where the job of ours becomes a dual job. This is the only profession where you're actually doing 2-3 things at the same time. You're dispensing, you're consulting, you're trying to sell something. It's all in one kinds. It's definitely, as someone mentioned in the morning, afternoon also, it's art and science. Science definitely because you're dealing with measurements. Art because you take really some extra time to understand the client and then make the pitch. You connect the dots. I recommend this particular product because you said 1, 2, 3, 4 things that you do. So that's where it goes. If I have to go on this presentation, I have only 100 slides. And if I take 1 minute per slide, you know what happens. Your dinner is gone, right? So I will not do that. But I'm only trying to share with you is Sri Lanka is one place where they're really obsessed with making the practice better. So how do we really walk this journey, tightrope? How do we make a presentation better to the consumer? How really do we make that emotional connect? How does it really feel comfortable when we do that? So asking the right questions, relevant questions. So this particular slide that you see is the temple where all of this magic happens, where really you are consulting him. In fact, this picture, which I don't like of, because a lot of optometrists don't like this, because they don't get the right expression. They cannot find out is the consumer happy or not with the given refraction. This is one of the most common things I've heard. Do I agree with it? Yeah? Yeah. So how do I really bond? Not in an artificial way, but in a genuine way. Because people can find out if you're faking. It's very easy, right? So how do we really make it better? This particular picture I like because there's an old Chinese proverb which says, a person who doesn't smile should not open a store. So a happy face, a smiling face attracts customers. Always be that, okay? So how are the methods that you use? Which are the steps that you take to connect to the consumer? Speak his language. Try and understand where is he coming from. That's where it all starts off. So hence this line which says, the fine art and science of dispensing. Now, we all spoke about various tools that are there and things like that. This particular slide which I'm trying to share with you is on progressives. It's because post 40, in fact now it is coming even more below that because people spending time on digital devices is so high. Few years back when I came to Sri Lanka for the first time, I was literally shocked because this was the only country which had 6 mobile service providers. And the population of mobile connections were more than, it was double in the population, which means everyone had 2 mobile connections at least. So digital innovation is amazingly high. And now post-COVID, everything. So how do we really dispense? How do we really connect to them? Each and every tool that you have in your hand, be it a leaflet, be it the PD meter, be it the dieters, everything is making an impact on the consumer. So how do I really take the right measurements? How do I connect his lifestyle to my suggestion, not even advice? Because you normally end up giving 3 suggestions at least. So understanding his needs, connecting your products, and then dispensing it. These few steps that you see, be it the frame selection, be it the frame adjustment, because there was to be a time when a frame was selected, a cryptoc or a D was given, and they always used to check just half of the amount and say, when you're coming for delivery, please come because we need to adjust the frames because you wanted the collection also to be there. But today it's not so. All adjustments have to be done first and then you take the proper measurements because later you cannot. It's like a tailor job. Once you cut it, it's gone. So measure 3 times, cut once. The same applies here. So doing this makes a big difference. There are a few slides that you see on pictures which I will show with you. It's just a recap because you've been hearing this time and again from afternoon. Last year also you heard it. Tomorrow also you're going to be hearing a lot because the entire workshop is on dispensing and dispensing and dispensing. So how does a particular frame make an impact to the consumer? How its weight makes it different? What kind of lens can make a difference to him? How optics of an aspheric lens or a spherical lens makes a difference? Everything matters. He may not ask you all the questions, but you knowing it makes a big difference. So have it in your mind. It's important to know. These are things which you all have heard and gone through workshops also. I'm just giving you a recap, okay? A pentoscopic tilt today makes a big difference. People love having a 3-piece or a Tom Ford kind of a frame, which you cannot increase or decrease the pentoscopic tilt. And he ends up getting a tapered vision. How do I change that? Can I play with the design? That's another opportunity. So industry working with you all, spending time with you all, makes that journey much more eventful, much more better. If you have any questions post-workshop, probably post this presentation, I'm free to take the questions. Just a recap. Thank you. I'm done. Yeah, this is another important thing which I wanted to talk about, and that's about coatings. Do ask your consumers, do they really want coating? They may ask you, why are you asking this question? Then you can always say, it is only to increase the transmission of light. What do you mean by that? An opportunity to talk, to discuss. Because a lot of people, again, go back to the 12th century of saying it's just a glass. It's not so. It's most important equipment for us because 80% of what we perceive is through eyes. So that's where you have a huge role to play. You start getting recognized. That's all from me. Thank you.
See more, do more. SLOA. The way we see has evolved. With Novar, we take the next step into a new generation. The world you see is not just what your eyes capture. It is what your brain interprets. Because vision is more than that. It is dynamic. It changes with every glance. And it is unique to each person. We present Psychoptics technology, the revolution that merges neuroscience and advanced optics to transform how we perceive the world.
It uses advanced algorithms that analyze how the brain perceives visual signals received by the eye from different points of the lens, generating an adaptive optical focus. Its cutting-edge technology enables precise compensation in all directions of gaze, achieving a more natural adaptation and a superior visual experience.
It is not just optical correction. It is the evolution of perception. Greater sharpness, more natural vision in every look. The future of vision is here. Are you ready to see it through different eyes?
Growing up, I always wanted to be a superstar. A superstar.
Small steps. Big wave making superstar. Owning who we are like we are superstars. 'Cause we've got the flow. True to the core. We slow. 'Cause we know that we are superstars.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are nearing to the conclusion of the Dispensing Forum. But just before we conclude, we have a few very special presentations to be made, of course, for those fantastic speakers who shared their knowledge and time with us this evening in the second session particularly. So, ladies and gentlemen, to present these very special tokens of appreciation, I have the pleasure once again inviting the SLOA Chairman, Senior Optometrist Chaminda Ekanayaka. I would also like to invite Session Chairman, Senior Optometrist Chanaka Virasundara. Together with them, I would like to invite the Chairman of COVS, Senior Optometrist Hiran Pereira. And finally, I would also like to invite Session Secretary, Senior Optometrist Shyama Vajini. Let's put our hands together and give all of them a round of applause as they make their way to the stage now to present these very special tokens of appreciation to our speakers this evening. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the first token of appreciation is presented to our first speaker in the second session. Please put your hands together for Senior Optometrist Jemima S. Hubert. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us here this evening during the Dispensing Forum. Of course, an exciting session for all of us and one that we have many takeaways as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the next token of appreciation is presented to our second speaker in the second session, and I would like to invite on stage Ms. Tanima Chakraborty. Let's put our hands together and give her a round of applause as well. Special token of appreciation for her. On behalf of Ms. Tanima, could we have a representative to receive and accept this award? Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for accepting this token of appreciation on behalf of Ms. Tanima Chakraborty, who spoke on new trends in dispensing. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, our final speaker in the second session, I would like to invite on stage to accept this very special token of appreciation, Mr. Arun Nagaraj. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause as well, who spoke so well on maintaining professionalism here at the second session of, during our second session of the Dispensing Forum. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request the presentation party to remain because we have a very special presentation of certificates. And this, of course, is for the dispensing course, which is introduced to broaden the knowledge of dispensing. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we are introducing this, I would also like to invite on stage two very special personalities together with our presentation party here. From Sri Lanka, I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Janaka Fonseca and Mr. Viranga Pemsiri. Let's put our hands together and give them a round of applause. As I mentioned before, ladies and gentlemen, these certificates will be given for the dispensing course introduced to broaden the knowledge of dispensing. And so we begin the presentation of certificates with RMA Madhushani. Let's put our hands together and give her a round of applause, RMA Madhushani. And next to accept the certificate, I would like to invite HTR Pereira. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the applause going for the receivers of the certificates. Next, we'd like to invite WIP Pereira to receive the certificate here this evening. This, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, is for the dispensing course. And the next recipient, ladies and gentlemen, is HKN Pereira. Let's put our hands together and give HKN Pereira a round of applause as well. The recipient of the certificate for the dispensing course. The next recipient, ladies and gentlemen, is Himara Parami. Let's put our hands together and give her a round of applause. The next recipient of the certificate is H.M. Gunatilaka Banda. We'd also like to invite the next recipient of the certificate, D.M. Anoma Disanayaka. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the certificate presentation for dispensing course, and the next recipient is DMM Madhuanti. The next recipient is S.A. Tilak Bandara. Let's put our hands together and give S.A. Tilak Bandar a round of applause as well. And the next recipient, ladies and gentlemen, is S.A.C.D. Bandara. And we're going to move on. The next recipient, S.A.S.D. Bandara. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause. SASS Bandara. The next recipient, ladies and gentlemen, is S.R. Paliyavadana. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause. The next recipient of the dispensing course certificate is PGI Sewandi Gunawardana. Next, we'd like to invite R.D. Nishani Madhushika to accept her certificate. Let's put our hands together and give her a round of applause as well. And the next certificate is presented to HMNP Herat. Next, we invite IGD Madhushani to accept her certificate as well. And ladies and gentlemen, the final recipient, of course, in the dispensing course is PP Sewandi Dayananda. Let's put our hands together and give her a round of applause. Alright, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to recognize three provincial leaders who have been instrumental in membership drive, of course, their hard work within the provinces, and of course, who have been instrumental in also bringing the SLOA name to recognition in their provinces too. So, with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recognize three provinces, and we are going to start off with the three leaders. And the first one is the Central Region Optometrist R.M. Nihal Ranavira. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause. We would like to invite Senior Optometrist Lalit Vijaysurya to join us on stage. Can we put our hands together and give him a round of applause? We'd like to have you, sir, on stage. We'd like to have you, yes. And of course, a recognition for his team, Optometrist Niyal Guru Singh, Optometrist P.U. Ananda Mendis, Optometrist N.C. Kumara Samar Singh, Mr. Saman Palita, and Optometrist P.H. Rohan Arya Ratna. Let's put our hands together and give the Central Region team a round of applause. And of course, we have the leader here, the President, Optometrist R.M. Nihal Ranavira. And with that, we're moving on to the Northwestern region, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we recognize leader Optometrist M. Anra Mapa Bandara. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause too. And of course, this is a moment to recognize his team, Senior Optometrist Sarat Patiraja, also Senior Optometrist Kamal Vedanda, also Optometrist Tilak Nishanka, Optometrist Ruan Ratwate, Optometrist Shehan Madhuranga, and Optometrist S.K. Wanyarachi. Let's put our hands together and give the Northwestern region a round of applause for their hard work and dedication. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to recognize the Southern Province. And of course, we'd like to have on stage the President, Optometrist S.K. Palliaguruge. Let's put our hands together and give him a round of applause. And his team, of course, R. Amali, and together with R. Amali is optometrist W.G. Lal Prema Ratna, optometrist S.P. Ranjana, and G.K. Chulanda. So let's put our hands together and give all of them a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all three leaders in all three provinces for their fantastic work done. And thank you very much to the presentation party. A round of applause for our presentation party in the final session of the Dispensing Forum. All right, so just before we conclude, I think we have a very special message. Yes. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, to propose the vote of thanks, I now have the pleasure of inviting the Deputy Chairman of the SLOA. Please put your hands together for Senior Optometrist Lalit Vijaysurya.
Good evening, distinguished guest, Chairman, Sri Lanka Optometric Association, Managing Director, College of Optometry and Vision Science, members, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege and much pleasure for me to present the vote of thanks in the Dispensing Forum, which is done for the first time of the scientific session. At the beginning, I would like to express our deep sense gratitude to the chief guest, Dr. K.V. Lalitadira, Director General TVC. Guest of honor, Senior Optometrist Satish Kumar, Fellow ABDO of India, and all other distinguished guests for accepting our invitation and being here with us to grace this occasion, sparing their valuable time. We are fortunate to hear a number of informative lectures presented by Senior Optometrist Kuram Nasir, Senior Optometrist Satish Kumar, Mr. Kim Raj Nakwal, Senior Optometrist Jamie Mice Herbert, Ms. Tanuma Chakraborty, Mr. Arun Nagraj, and Senior Optometrist Shanaka Veerasundara. We must thank to all the presenters for delivering those wonderful lectures today. Our special thanks to our main sponsors, Essilor Luxottica, Solex Enterprises, Lanka Optics, Sineth Enterprises, Neat Holdings, Hoya Lenses, and all trade stalls partners. We are also very much grateful to all members, including provincial team leaders who are present here today to make colorful this occasion. Before wind up, our special thanks to the Chairman SLOA, Managing Director COVS, Chairman 18th Scientific Session, and the organizing committee for their hard work, and all who have helped in various ways to make this occasion grand success. I would like to be fair in my duties if I don't mention the other relevant parties who took immense effort to make this event a success. Our sincere thanks to Board of Directors, SLO administrative staff, management, and staff of Colombo Hilton, and the event coordinating team for their endless effort. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the conclusion, of course, of the dispensing forum, and I would like to thank each and every one of you for your gracious presence here this evening, and of course, all the way from afternoon as well. So, with that conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are attending the inauguration ceremony, just to let you know that you need to be present here by 7 p.m. And of course, for the rest of you, please do enjoy those fantastic stalls out there, which have fantastic products and services. Once again, thank you very much for your gracious presence here this evening. Have a wonderful day ahead.
sight, it's precious. And the care you give your eyes today changes how you see tomorrow. So at SLOA, we never stop innovating our vision care, delivering AI-powered solutions. Trust the #1 lens brand recommended by eye care professionals worldwide. SLOA, evolving vision.
In life, you've got to keep playing. Play with colors. Play with your moods. Play with ideas. Play with your moves. Play with the sound of your voice. Hello, this is Fatima. Play the fool. Play with the rules. Play cool. Play you.
Well, I'm not stopping.
Keep playing. Let's Vogue. A multifocal lens that delivers great vision and comfort. No wonder Pure Vision 2 for presbyopia is preferred over the leading multifocal lens. So if you wear readers or multifocals or strain to read up close, it's time to get a clear view of the real world. Ask for a trial today. Make crisp, clear vision part of your day. To find out which Pure Vision 2 lens is right for you,
The way we see has evolved. With Novar, we take the next step into a new generation. The world you see is not just what your eyes capture, it is what your brain interprets. Because vision is more than that. It is dynamic. It changes with every glance, and it is unique to each person. We present Psychoptics technology, the revolution that merges neuroscience and advanced optics to transform how we perceive the world.
It uses advanced algorithms that analyze how the brain perceives visual signals received by the eye from different points of the lens, generating an adaptive optical focus. Its cutting-edge technology enables precise compensation in all directions of gaze, achieving a more natural adaptation and a superior visual experience.
It is not just optical correction. It is the evolution of perception, greater sharpness, more natural vision in every look. The future of vision is here. Are you ready to see it through different eyes?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?